Chapter 1 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience by William Blake and others. Jerusalem, Part 1. Of the sleep of Ulro, and of the passage through eternal death, and of the awaking to eternal life. This theme calls me in sleep, night after night, and every morn awakes me at sunrise. Then I see the Saviour over me, spreading his beams of love, and dictating the words of this mild song. Awake, awake, O sleeper of the land of shadows, wake, expand. I am in you, and you in me, mutual in love divine, fibres of love from man to man, through Albion's pleasant land. In all the dark Atlantic vale, down from the hills of Surrey, a black water accumulates. Return, Albion, return. Thy brethren call thee, and thy fathers and thy sons, thy nurses and thy mothers, thy sisters and thy daughters weep at thy soul's disease, and the divine vision is darkened. Thy emanation that was wont to play before thy face, beaming forth with her daughters into the divine bosom, where hast thou hidden thy emanation, lovely Jerusalem, from the vision and fruition of the Holy One? I am not a god afar off. I am a brother and a friend. Within your bosoms I reside, and you reside in me. Lo, we are one, forgiving all evil, not seeking recompense. Ye are my members, O ye sleepers of Beulah, land of shades. But the perturbed man away turns down the valleys dark, phantom of the overheated brain, shadow of immortality, seeking to keep my soul a victim to thy love, which binds man, the enemy of man, into deceitful friendships. Jerusalem is not. Her daughters are indefinite. By demonstration, man alone can live, and not by faith. My mountains are my own, and I will keep them to myself. The Malvern and the Cheviot, the Wolds, Plinlimmon, and Snowdon are mine. Here will I build my laws of moral virtue. Humanity shall be no more, but war and princedom and victory. So spake Albion in jealous fears, hiding his emanation upon the Thames and Medway, rivers of Beulah, dissembling his jealousy before the throne divine, darkening, cold. The banks of the Thames are clouded. The ancient porches of Albion are darkened. They are drawn through unbounded space, scattered upon the void in incoherent despair. Cambridge and Oxford and London are driven among the starry wheels, rent away and dissipated in chasms and abysses of sorrow, enlarged without dimension, terrible. Albion's mountains run with blood. The cries of war and of tumult resound into the unbounded night. Every human perfection of mountain and river and city are small and withered and darkened. Cam is a little stream. Ely is almost swallowed up. Lincoln and Norwich stand trembling on the brink of Udan Adan. Wales and Scotland shrink themselves to the west and to the north, mourning for fear of the warriors in the vale of Entuthon Benethon. Jerusalem is scattered abroad like a cloud of smoke through non-entity. Moab and Ammon and Amalek and Canaan and Egypt and Aram receive her little ones for sacrifices and the delights of cruelty. Trembling I sit day and night. My friends are astonished at me, yet they forgive my wanderings. I rest not from my great task, to open the eternal worlds, to open the immortal eyes of man inwards into the worlds of thought, into eternity, ever expanding in the bosom of God the human imagination. O Saviour, pour upon me thy spirit of meekness and love. Annihilate the selfhood in me. Be thou all my life. Guide thou my hand, which trembles exceedingly upon the rock of ages, while I write of the building of Golgonooza, and of the terrors of Entuthon, of Hamd and Hyle and Coban, of Quantock, Peachy, Brereton, Slade, and Hutton, of the terrible sons and daughters of Albion and their generations. Schofield, Cox, Cotop, and Bowen revolved most mightily upon the furnace of loss. Before the eastern gate, bending their fury, they warped to destroy the furnaces, to desolate Golgonooza, and to devour the sleeping humanity of Albion in rage and hunger. They revolve into the furnaces southward, and are driven forth northward, divided into male and female forms, time after time. From these 12 all the families of England spread abroad. The male is a furnace of beryl, the female is a golden loom. I behold them, and their rushing fires overwhelm my soul in London's darkness, and my tears fall day and night upon the emanations of Albion's sons, the daughters of Albion, names anciently remembered, but now contemned as fictions, although in every bosom they control our vegetative powers. These are united into Tirzah and her sisters on Mount Gilead, Campbell and Gwendolen and Conwenna and Cordelia and Ignoge, and these united into Rahab in the covering cherub on Euphrates, Guinevere and Gwynefred and Goneril and Sabrina Beautiful, Estrild, Mehitabel, and Ragan, lovely daughters of Albion. They are the beautiful emanations of the 12 sons of Albion. The starry wheels revolved heavily over the furnaces, drawing Jerusalem in anguish of maternal love eastward, a pillar of a cloud with Vala upon the mountains, howling in pain, redounding from the arms of Beulah's daughters, out from the furnaces of loss, above the head of loss. A pillar of smoke, writhing afar into non-entity, redounding till the cloud reaches afar outstretched among the starry wheels, which revolve heavily in the mighty void above the furnaces. Oh, what avail the loves and tears of Beulah's lovely daughters? They hold the immortal form in gentle bands and tender tears, but all within is opened into the deeps of Entuthon Beneathon, a dark and unknown night, indefinite, unmeasurable, without end. Abstract philosophy, warring in enmity against imagination, which is the divine body of the Lord Jesus, blessed for ever. And there Jerusalem wanders with Vala upon the mountains. Attracted by the revolutions of those wheels, the cloud of smoke immense, and Jerusalem and Vala weeping in the cloud, wander away into the chaotic void, lamenting with her shadow among the daughters of Albion, among the starry wheels. Lamenting for her children, for the sons and daughters of Albion. Los heard her lamentations in the deeps afar. His tears fall incessant before the furnaces, and his emanation divided in pain, eastward toward the starry wheels, but westward a black horror. His spectre, driven by the starry wheels of Albion's sons, black and opaque, divided from his back. He labors and he mourns, for as his emanation divided, his spectre also divided in terror of those starry wheels. And the spectre stood over Los, howling in pain, a blackening shadow, blackening, dark and opaque, cursing the terrible Los, bitterly cursing him for his friendship to Albion, suggesting murderous thoughts against Albion. Los raged and stamped the earth in his might and terrible wrath. He stood and stamped the earth. Then he threw down his hammer in rage and in fury. Then he sat down and wept, terrified. Then arose and chanted his song, laboring with the tongues and hammer. But still the spectre divided, and still his pain increased. In pain the spectre divided, in pain of hunger and thirst, to devour Los's human perfection. But when he saw that Los was living, panting like a frighted wolf, and howling, he stood over the immortal in the solitude and darkness, upon the darkening Thames, across the whole island westward, a horrible shadow of death among the furnaces, beneath the pillar of folding smoke. And he sought by other means to lure Los, by tears, by arguments of science, and by terrors, terrors in every nerve, by spasms and extended pain, while Los answered, unterrified, to the opaque, blackening fiend. And thus the spectre spake. Wilt thou still go on to destruction, till thy life is all taken away by this deceitful friendship? He drinks thee up like water, like wine he pours thee into his tuns. Thy daughters are trodden in his vintage. He makes thy sons the trampling of his bulls. They are ploughed and harrowed for his profit. Lo! Thy stolen emanation is his garden of pleasure. All the spectres of his sons mock thee. Look how they scorn thy once admired palaces, now in ruins because of Albion, because of deceit and friendship. For lo! Hand has peopled Babel and Nineveh, Hyle, Ashur, and Aram. Cohen's son is Nimrod. His son Cush is adjoined to Aram by the daughter of Babel in a woven mantle of pestilence and war. They put forth their spectrous cloudy sails, which drive their immense constellations over the deadly deeps of indefinite Udan Adam. Cox is the father of Shem and Ham and Japheth. He is the knower of the flood of Udan Adan. Hutton is the father of the seven from Enoch to Adam. Schofield is Adam, who was new created in Eden. I saw it indignant, and thou art not moved. This has divided thee in sunder, and wilt thou still forgive? Oh, thou seest not what I see. What is doing in the furnaces? Listen, I will tell thee what is done in moments to thee unknown. Luvah was cast into the furnaces of affliction and sealed, and Vala fed in cruel delight the furnaces with fire. Stern Urizen beheld, urged by necessity to keep the evil day afar, and if perchance with iron power he might avert his own despair, in woe and fear he saw Vala encircle round the furnaces where Luvah was closed. With joy she heard his howlings, and forgot he was her Luvah, with whom she lived in bliss in times of innocence and youth. Vala comes from the furnace in a cloud, but wretched Luvah is howling in the furnaces, in flames among Albion's spectres, to prepare the spectre of Albion to reign over thee, O loss, forming the spectres of Albion according to his rage, to prepare the spectre sons of Adam, who is Schofield, the ninth of Albion's sons, and the father of all his brethren in the shadowy generation. Campbell and Gwendolen wove webs of war and of religion to involve all Albion's sons, and when they had involved 8, their webs rolled outwards into darkness, and Schofield the ninth remained on the outside of the 8, and Cox, Cotope, and Bowen, one in him a fourfold wonder, involved the 8. Such are the generations of the giant Albion, to separate a law of sin, to punish thee in thy members. Los answered, although I know not this, I know far worse than this. I know that Albion hath divided me, and that thou, O my spectre, hast just cause to be irritated. But look steadfastly upon me, comfort thyself in my strength. The time will arrive when all Albion's injuries shall cease, and when we shall embrace him tenfold bright, rising from his tomb in immortality. They have divided themselves by wrath. They must be united by pity. Let us therefore take example and warning. O my spectre! Oh, that I could abstain from wrath! Oh, that the Lamb of God would look upon me and pity me in my fury, in anguish of regeneration, in terrors of self-annihilation. Pity must join together those whom wrath has torn in sunder, and the religion of generation, which was meant for the destruction of Jerusalem, become her covering till the end of time. O holy generation, image of regeneration! O point of mutual forgiveness between enemies! Birthplace of the Lamb of God incomprehensible! The dead despise and scorn thee, and cast thee out as accursed. Seeing the Lamb of God in thy gardens and thy palaces, where they desire to place the abomination of desolation, hand sits before his furnace. Scorn of others and furious pride freeze round him to bars of steel and to iron rocks beneath his feet. Indignant self-righteousness, like whirlwinds of the north, rose up against me, thundering from the brook of Albion's river, from Ranelagh and Strombolo, from Cromwell's gardens and Chelsea, the place of wounded soldiers. But when he saw my mace whirled round from heaven to earth, trembling he said, his cold poisons rose up, and his sweet deceits covered them all over with a tender cloud. As thou art now, such was he, O spectre. I know thy deceit and thy revenges, and unless thou desist, I will certainly create an eternal hell for thee. Listen, be attentive, be obedient. Lo, the furnaces are ready to receive thee. I will break thee into shivers, and melt thee in the furnaces of death. I will cast thee into forms of abhorrence and torment, if thou desist not from thine own will, and obey not my stern command. I am closed up from my children, my emanation is dividing, and thou, my spectre, art divided against me. But mark, I will compel thee to assist me in my terrible labours, to beat these hypocritic selfhoods on the anvils of bitter death. I am inspired. I act not for myself. For Albion's sake, I now am what I am, a horror and an astonishment, shuddering the heavens to look upon me. Behold what cruelties are practised in Babel and Shinar, and have approached to Zion's hill. While Los spoke, the terrible spectre fell shuddering before him, watching his time with glowing eyes to leap upon his prey. Los opened the furnaces in fear. The spectre saw to Babel and Shinar, across all Europe and Asia. He saw the tortures of the victims. He saw now from the outside what he before saw and felt from within. He saw that Los was the sole uncontrolled lord of the furnaces. Groaning, he kneeled before Los's iron-shod feet on London stone, hungering and thirsting for Los's life, yet pretending obedience, while Los pursued his speech in threatenings loud and fierce. Thou art my pride and self-righteousness. I have found thee out. Thou art revealed before me in all thy magnitude and power. Thy uncircumcised pretences to chastity must be cut in sunder. Thy holy wrath and deep deceit cannot avail against me. Nor shalt thou ever assume the triple form of Albion, spectre, for I am one of the living. Dare not to mock my inspired fury. If thou wast cast forth from my life, if I was dead upon the mountains, thou mightest be pitied and loved. But now I am living. Unless thou abstain ravening, I will create an eternal hell for thee. Take thou this hammer, and in patience heave the thundering bellows. Take thou these tongues, strike thou alternate with me. Labour obedient. Hand and Hyle and Coban, Schofield, Cox and Cotope, labour mightily in the wars of Babel and Shinar. All their emanations were condensed. Hand has absorbed all his brethren in his might. All the infant loves and graces were lost, for the mighty Hand condensed his emanations into hard, opaque substances, and his infant thoughts and desires into cold, dark clefts of death. His hammer of gold he seized, and his anvil of adamant. He seized the bars of condensed thoughts to forge them into the sword of war, into the bow and arrow, into the thundering cannon, and into the murdering gun. I saw the limbs formed for exercise condemned, and the beauty of eternity looked upon as deformity, and loveliness as a dry tree. I saw disease forming a body of death around the Lamb of God, to destroy Jerusalem, and to devour the body of Albion by war and stratagem, to win the labour of the husbandman. Awkwardness, armed in steel. Folly, in a helmet of gold. Weakness, with horns and talons. Ignorance, with a ravening beak. Every emanative joy forbidden as a crime, and the emanations buried alive in the earth with pomp of religion. Inspiration denied, genius forbidden by laws of punishment. I saw terrified. I took the sighs and tears and bitter groans. I lifted them into my furnaces to form the spiritual sword that lays open the hidden heart. I drew forth the pang of sorrow red hot. I worked it on my resolute anvil. I heated it in the flames of Hand and Hyle and Coban 9 times. Gwendolen and Campbell and Guinevere are melted into the gold, the silver, the liquid ruby, the chrysolite, the topaz, the jacinth, and every precious stone. Loud roar my furnaces, and loud my hammer is heard. I labour day and night. I behold the soft affections condense beneath my hammer into forms of cruelty, but still I labour in hope, though still my tears flow down, that he who will not defend truth may be compelled to defend a lie, that he may be snared and caught and snared and taken, that enthusiasm and life may not cease. Arise, spectre, arise! Thus they contended among the furnaces with groans and tears. Groaning, the spectre heaved the bellows, obeying Los's frowns, till the spaces of Herein were perfected in the furnaces of affliction, and Los drew them forth, compelling the harsh spectre into the furnaces, and into the valleys of the anvils of death, and into the mountains of the anvils and of the heavy hammers, till he should bring the sons and daughters of Jerusalem to be the sons and daughters of Los, that he might protect them from Albion's dread spectres. Storming, loud, thunderous, and mighty, the bellows and the hammers move, compelled by Los's hand. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a quartet of spiritual experience by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Jerusalem, Part 2. And this is the manner of the sons of Albion in their strength. They take the two contraries, which are called qualities, with which every substance is clothed. They name them good and evil. From them they make an abstract, which is a negation, not only of the substance from which it is derived, a murderer of its own body, but also a murderer of every divine member. It is the reasoning power, an abstract, objecting power, that negatives everything. This is the spectre of man, the holy reasoning power, and in its holiness is closed the abomination of desolation. Therefore Los stands in London, building Golgonooza, compelling his spectre to labours mighty. Trembling in fear, the spectre weeps, but Los, unmoved by tears or threats, remains. I must create a system, or be enslaved by another man's. I will not reason and compare. My business is to create. So Los, in fury and strength, in indignation and burning wrath, shuddering, the spectre howls. His howlings terrify the night. He stamps around the anvil, beating blows of stern despair. He curses heaven and earth, day and night, and sun and moon. He curses forest, spring, and river, desert and sandy waste, cities and nations, families and peoples, tongues and laws, driven to desperation by Los's terrors and threatening fears. Los cries, "Obey my voice, and never deviate from my will, and I will be merciful to thee. Be thou invisible to all to whom I make thee invisible, but chief to my own children, O spectre of Urthona. Reason not against their dear approach, nor them obstruct with thy temptations of doubt and despair. O shame, O strong and mighty shame, I break thy brazen fetters. If thou refuse, thy present torments will seem southern breezes to what thou shalt endure if thou obey not my great will." The spectre answered, "Art thou not ashamed of those thy sins that thou callest thy children? Lo, the law of God commands that they be offered upon his altar. O cruelty and torment, for thine are also mine! I have kept silent hitherto concerning my chief delight, but thou hast broken silence. Now I will speak my mind. Where is my lovely Enitharmon? O thou, my enemy, where is my great sin? She is also thine, I said. Now is my grief of worth incapable of being surpassed. But every moment it accumulates more and more. It continues accumulating to eternity. The joys of God advance, for he is righteous. He is not a being of pity and compassion. He cannot feel distress. He feeds on sacrifice and offering, delighting in cries and tears, and clothed in holiness and solitude. But my griefs advance also for ever and ever without end. Oh, that I could cease to be! Despair! I am despair, created to be the great example of horror and agony. Also my prayer is vain. I called for compassion. Compassion mocked. Mercy and pity threw the gravestone over me, and with lead and iron bound it over me for ever. Life lives on my consuming, and the Almighty hath made me his contrary, to be all evil, all reversed, and for ever dead. Knowing and seeing life, yet living not, how can I then behold and not tremble? How can I be beheld and not abhorred? So spoke the spectre shuddering, and dark tears ran down his shadowy face, which loss wiped off, but comfort none could give, or beam of hope. Yet ceased he not from labouring at the roarings of his forge with iron and brass, building Golgonooza in great contendings, till his sons and daughters came forth from the furnaces at the sublime labours, for loss compelled the invisible spectre to labours mighty with vast strength, with his mighty chains, in pulsations of time and extensions of space, like urns of Beulah, with great labour upon his anvils, and in his ladles the ore he lifted, pouring it into the clay ground prepared with art, striving with systems to deliver individuals from those systems, that whenever any spectre began to devour the dead, he might feel the pain as if a man gnawed his own tender nerves. Then Herein came forth from the furnaces, and all the daughters of Beulah came from the furnaces, by Los's mighty power for Jerusalem's sake, walking up and down among the spaces of Herein. And the sons and daughters of Los came forth in perfection lovely, and the spaces of Herein reached from the starry heights to the starry depth. Los wept with exceeding joy, and all wept with joy together. They feared they never more should see their father, who was built in from eternity in the cliffs of Albion. But when the joy of meeting was exhausted in loving embrace, again they lament. Oh, what shall we do for lovely Jerusalem, to protect the emanations of Albion's mighty ones from cruelty? Sabrina and Ignoge begin to sharpen their beamy spears of light and love. Their little children stand with arrows of gold. Regan is wholly cruel. Schofield is bound in iron armour. He is like a mandrake in the earth before Reuben's gate. He shoots beneath Jerusalem's walls to undermine her foundations. Vala is but thy shadow, O thou loveliest among women, a shadow animated by thy tears O mournful Jerusalem! Why wilt thou give to her a body whose life is but a shade, her joy and love a shade of sweet repose? But animated and vegetated, she is a devouring worm. What shall we do for thee, O lovely, mild Jerusalem? And Los said, I behold the finger of God in terrors. Albion is dead. His emanation is divided from him. But I am living. Yet I feel my emanation also dividing. Such thing was never known. O pity me, thou all-piteous one! What shall I do, or how exist divided from Enitharmon? Yet why despair? I saw the finger of God go forth upon my furnaces from within the wheels of Albion's sons, fixing their systems permanent, by mathematic power giving a body to falsehood, that it may be cast off for ever. With demonstrative science piercing Apollyon with his own bow. God is within and without. He is even in the depths of hell. Such were the lamentations of the labourers in the furnaces. And they appeared within and without, encircling on both sides the starry wheels of Albion's sons, with spaces for Jerusalem, and for Vala, the shadow of Jerusalem, the ever-morning shade, on both sides, within and without, beaming gloriously. Terrified at the sublime wonder, Los stood before his furnaces, and they stood around, terrified with admiration at Erin's spaces. For the spaces reached from the starry height to the starry depth, and they builded Golgonooza, terrible, eternal labour. What are those golden builders doing? Where was the burying place of soft Ethynthus, near Tiburn's fatal tree? Is that mild Zion's hills, most ancient promontory, near mournful, ever-weeping Paddington? Is that Calvary and Golgotha, becoming a building of pity and compassion? Lo! The stones are pity, and the bricks well-wrought affections, enamelled with love and kindness, and the tiles engraven gold, labour of merciful hands. The beams and rafters are forgiveness, the mortar and cement of the work, tears of honesty. The nails and the screws and iron braces are well-wrought blandishments, and well-contrived words, firm fixing, never forgotten, always comforting the remembrance. The floors, humility; the ceilings, devotion; the hearths, thanksgiving. Prepare the furniture, O Lambeth, in thy pitying looms; the curtains, woven tears and sighs, wrought into lovely forms for comfort. There the secret furniture of Jerusalem's chamber is wrought. Lambeth, the bride, the Lamb's wife, loveth thee. Thou art one with her, and knowest not of self in thy supreme joy. Go on, builders in hope, though Jerusalem wanders far away without the gate of loss, among the dark satanic wheels. Fourfold the sons of loss in their divisions, and fourfold the great city of Golgonooza, fourfold toward the north, and toward the south fourfold, and fourfold toward the east and west, each within other toward the 4 points, that toward Eden, and that toward the world of generation, and that toward Beulah, and that toward Ulro. Ulro is the space of the terrible starry wheels of Albion's sons. But that toward Eden is walled up till time of renovation, yet it is perfect in its building, ornaments, and perfection. And the 4 points are thus beheld in great eternity: west, the circumference; south, the zenith; north, the nadir; east, the centre, unapproachable forever. These are the 4 faces towards the 4 worlds of humanity in every man. Ezekiel saw them by Shebar's blood, and the eyes are the south, and the nostrils are the east, and the tongue is the west, and the ear is the north. And the north gate of Golgonooza toward generation has 4 sculptured bulls terrible before the gate of iron, and iron the bulls, and that which looks toward Ulro, clay baked and enamelled, eternal, glowing as 4 furnaces, turning upon the wheels of Albion's sons with enormous power. And that toward Beulah 4, gold, silver, brass, and iron; and that toward Eden 4, formed of gold, silver, brass, and iron. The south, a golden gate, has 4 lions, terrible, living; that toward generation 4, of iron carved, wondrous; that toward Ulro 4, clay baked, laborious workmanship; that toward Eden 4, immortal gold, silver, brass, and iron. The western gate fourfold is closed, having 4 cherubim its guards, living, the work of elemental hands, laborious tasks; like men, hermaphroditic, each winged with 8 wings; that towards generation iron, that toward Beulah stone, that toward Ulro clay, that toward Eden metals; but all closed up till the last day, when the grave shall yield their dead. The eastern gate fourfold, terrible and deadly its ornaments, taking their form from the wheels of Albion's sons, as cogs are formed in a wheel to fit the cogs of the adverse wheel. That toward Eden eternal ice, frozen in seven folds of forms of death, and that toward Beulah stone, the seven diseases of the earth are carved terrible, and that toward Ulro forms of war, seven enormities, and that toward generation, seven generative forms. And every part of the city is fourfold, and every inhabitant fourfold, and every pot and vessel and garment and utensil of the houses, and every house fourfold. But the third gate in every one is closed, as with a threefold curtain of ivory and fine linen and ermine. And Luban stands in middle of the city, a moat of fire. Surrounds Luban Los's palace and the golden looms of Cathedron. And 64,000 genii guard the eastern gate, and 64,000 gnomes guard the northern gate, and 64,000 nymphs guard the western gate, and 64,000 fairies guard the southern gate. Around Golgonooza lies the land of death eternal, a land of pain and misery and despair and ever-brooding melancholy. In all the 27 heavens, numbered from Adam to Luther, from the blue mundane shell, reaching to the vegetative earth. The vegetative universe opens like a flower from the earth's centre, in which is eternity. It expands in stars to the mundane shell, and there it meets eternity again, both within and without, and the abstract voids between the stars are the satanic wheels. There is the cave, the rock, the tree, the lake of Udan Adam, the forest, and the marsh, and the pits of bitumen deadly, the rocks of solid fire, the ice valleys, the plains of burning sand, the rivers, cataract, and lakes of fire, the islands of the fiery lakes, the trees of malice, revenge, and black anxiety, and the cities of the salamandrine men. But whatever is visible to the generated man is a creation of mercy and love from the satanic void. The land of darkness flamed, but no light and no repose. The land of snows of trembling and of iron hail incessant. The land of earthquakes, and the land of woven labyrinths. The land of snares and traps and wheels and pitfalls and dire mills. The voids, the solids, and the land of clouds and regions of waters, with their inhabitants. In the 27 heavens beneath Beulah, self-righteousnesses conglomerating against the divine vision, a concave earth, wondrous, chasmal, abyssal, incoherent, forming the mundane shell, above, beneath, on all sides surrounding Golgonooza. Los walks round the walls night and day. He views the city of Golgonooza and its smaller cities, the looms and mills and prisons and workhouses of Og and Anak, the Amalekite, the Canaanite, the Moabite, the Egyptian, and all that has existed in the space of 6,000 years, permanent and not lost, nor vanished, and every little act, word, work, and wish that has existed, all remaining still in those churches, ever consuming and ever building, by the spectres of all the inhabitants of earth, wailing to be created, shadowy to those who dwell not in them, mere possibilities. But to those who enter into them they seem the only substances, for everything exists, and not one sigh, nor smile, nor tear, one hair, nor particle of dust, not one can pass away. He views the cherub at the tree of life, also the serpent, or the firstborn coiled in the south, the dragon Urizen, Tharmas, the vegetated tongue, even the devouring tongue, a threefold region, a false brain, a false heart, and false bowels, all together composing the false tongue beneath Beulah, as a watery flame revolving every way, and as dark roots and stems, a forest of affliction growing in seas of sorrow. Los also views the four females, Ahania and Enion and Vala and Enitharmon lovely, and from them all the lovely beaming daughters of Albion. Ahania and Enion and Vala are three evanescent shades. Enitharmon is a vegetated mortal wife of Los, his emanation, yet his wife till the sleep of death is past. Such are the buildings of Los, and such are the whoops of Enitharmon. And Los beheld his sons, and he beheld his daughters, every one a translucent wonder, a universe within, increasing inwards into length and breadth and height, starry and glorious, and they every one in their bright loins have a beautiful golden gate which opens into the vegetative world, and every one a gate of rubies and all sorts of precious stones in their translucent hearts, which opens into the vegetative world, and every one a gate of iron dreadful and wonderful in their translucent heads, which opens into the vegetative world, and every one has the three regions, childhood, manhood, and age. But the gate of the tongue, the western gate in them, is closed, having a wall builded against it, and thereby the gates eastward and southward and northward are encircled with flaming fires. And the north is breadth, the south is height and depth, the east is inwards, and the west is outwards every way. And Los beheld the mild emanation Jerusalem eastward, bending her revolutions toward the starry wheels in maternal anguish, like a pale cloud arising from the arms of Beulah's daughters, in Entuthon Benethon's deep vales, beneath Golgonooza. And hand and Hyle, rooted into Jerusalem by a fibre of strong revenge, and Schofield, vegetated by Reuben's gate in every nation of the earth, till the 12 sons of Albion enrooted into every nation, a mighty polypus growing from Albion over the whole earth. Such is my awful vision. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Jerusalem, Part 3. I see the fourfold man, the humanity in deadly sleep, and its fallen emanation, the spectre and its cruel shadow. I see the past, present, and future existing all at once before me. O divine Spirit, sustain me on thy wings, that I may awake Albion from his long and cold repose. For Bacon and Newton, sheathed in dismal steel, their terrors hang like iron scourges over Albion. Reasonings like vast serpents enfold around my limbs, bruising my minute articulations. I turn my eyes to the schools and universities of Europe, and there behold the loom of Locke, whose woof rages dire, washed by the water-wheels of Newton. Black the cloth in heavy wreaths folds over every nation. Cruel works of many wheels I view, wheel without wheel, with cogs tyrannic, moving by compulsion each other, not as those in Eden, which wheel within wheel in freedom revolve in harmony and peace. I see in deadly fear in London, loss raging round his anvil of death, forming an axe of gold. The four sons of loss stand round him, cutting the fibres from Albion's hills, that Albion's sons may roll apart over the nations, while Reuben enroots his brethren in the narrow Canaanite, from the limit Noah to the limit Abram, in whose loins Reuben in his 12-fold majesty and beauty shall take refuge. As Abraham flees from Chaldea, shaking his gory locks. But first Albion must sleep, divided from the nations. I see Albion sitting upon his rock in the first winter, and thence I see the chaos of Satan and the world of Adam, when the divine hand went forth on Albion in the midwinter, and at the place of death, when Albion sat in eternal death, among the furnaces of loss, in the valley of the son of Hinnom. Hampstead, Highgate, Finchley, Hendon, Muswell Hill, rage loud before Bromion's iron tongues and glowing poker reddening fierce. Hertfordshire glows with fierce vegetation. In the forests the oak frowns terrible, the beech and ash and elm enroot among the spiritual fires. Loud the cornfields thunder along the soldier's fife, the harlot shriek, the virgin's dismal groan. The parents' fear, the brother's jealousy, the sister's curse, beneath the storms of Theotomon, and the thundering bellows heaves in the hand of Palamabron, who, in London's darkness, before the anvil, watches the bellowing flames. Thundering, the hammer loud rages in Rintra's strong grasp, swinging loud round from heaven to earth, down falling with heavy blow, dead on the anvil, where the red-hot wedge groans in pain. He quenches it in the black trough of his forge. London's river feeds the dread forge, trembling and shuddering along the valleys. Humber and Trent roll dreadful before the seventh furnace, and Tweed and Tyne anxious give up their souls for Albion's sake. Lincolnshire, Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire, from Oxfordshire to Norfolk, on the lake of Udan Adan, labour within the furnaces, walking among the fires, with ladles huge and iron pokers over the island white. Scotland pours out his sons to labour at the furnaces. Wales gives his daughters to the looms. England, nursing mothers, gives to the children of Albion and to the children of Jerusalem. From the blue mundane shell even to the earth of vegetation, throughout the whole creation which groans to be delivered, Albion groans in the deep slumbers of death upon his rock. Here loss fixed down the 52 counties of England and Wales, the 36 of Scotland, and the 34 of Ireland, with mighty power, when they fled out at Jerusalem's gates, away from the conflict of Louvain and Urizen, fixing the gates in the 12 counties of Wales, and thence gates looking every way to the 4 points, conduct to England and Scotland and Ireland, and thence to all the kingdoms and nations and families of the earth. The gate of Reuben in Carmarthenshire, the gate of Simeon in Cardiganshire, and the gate of Levi in Montgomeryshire, the gate of Judah, Merionethshire, the gate of Dan, Flintshire, the gate of Naphtali, Radnorshire, the gate of Gad, Pembrokeshire, the gate of Asher, Carnarvonshire, the gate of Issachar, Brecknockshire, the gate of Zebulun in Anglesey and Sodor. So is Wales divided. The gate of Joseph, Denbighshire, the gate of Benjamin, Glamorganshire, for the protection of the 12 emanations of Albion's sons. And the 40 counties of England are thus divided in the gates: of Reuben, Norfolk, Suffolk, Essex; Simeon, Lincoln, York, Lancashire; Levi, Middlesex, Kent, Surrey; Judah, Somerset, Gloucester, Wiltshire; Dan, Cornwall, Devon, Dorset, Napthali, Warwick, Leicester, Worcester, Gad, Oxford, Bucks, Hertford, Asher, Sussex, Hampshire, Berkshire, Issachar, Northampton, Rutland, Nottingham, Zebulun, Bedford, Huntingdon, Cambridgeshire, Joseph, Staffordshire, Shropshire, Herefordshire, Benjamin, Derbyshire, Cheshire, Monmouth, and Cumberland, Northumberland, Westmoreland, and Durham are divided in the gates of Reuben, Judah, Dan, and Joseph, and the 36 counties of Scotland divided in the gates of Reuben, Kincard, Haddington, Forfar, Simeon, Ayrshire, Argyll, Bant, Levi, Edinburgh, Roxburgh, Ross, Judah, Aberdeen, Berwick, Dumfries, Dan, Bute, Ketnes, Clackmannan, Napthali, Nairn, Inverness, Linlithgow, Gad, Peebles, Perth, Renfrew, Asher, Sutherland, Stirling, Wigtown, Issachar, Selkirk, Dumbarton, Glasgow, Zebulun, Orkney, Shetland, Skye, Joseph, Elgin, Lanark, Kinross, Benjamin, Cromarty, Morah, Kirkbride, governing all by the sweet delights of secret amorous glances in Enitharmon's halls builded by Los and his mighty children. All things acted on earth are seen in the bright sculptures of Los's halls, and every age renews its powers from these works, with every pathetic story possible to happen from hate or wayward love, and every sorrow and distress is carved here. Every affinity of parents, marriages, and friendships are here, in all their various combinations, wrought with wondrous art. All that can happen to man in his pilgrimage of 70 years. Such is the divine written law of Horeb and Sinai, and such the holy gospel of Mount Olivet and Calvary. His spectre divides, and Los in fury compels it to divide, to labour in the fire, in the water, in the earth, in the air, to follow the daughters of Albion, as the hound follows the scent of the wild inhabitant of the forest, to drive them from his own, to make a way for the children of Los to come from the furnaces. But Los himself against Albion's sons his fury bends, for he dare not approach the daughters openly, lest he be consumed in the fires of their beauty and perfection, and be vegetated beneath their looms in a generation of death and resurrection to forgetfulness. They woo Los continually to subdue his strength. He continually shows them his spectre, sending him abroad over the 4 points of heaven in the fierce desires of beauty and in the tortures of repulse. He is the spectre of the living, pursuing the emanations of the dead. Shuddering they flee. They hide in the Druid temples, in cold chastity, subdued by the spectre of the living, and terrified by undisguised desire. For loss said, "Though my spectre is divided, as I am a living man, I must compel him to obey me wholly, that Enitharmon may not be lost, and lest he should devour Enitharmon, me, piteous image of my soft desires and loves, O Enitharmon! I will compel my spectre to obey. I will restore to thee thy children. No one bruises or starves himself to make himself fit for labour. Tormented with sweet desire for these beauties of Albion, they would never love my power if they did not seek to destroy Enitharmon. Vala would never have sought and loved Albion if she had not sought to destroy Jerusalem. Such is that false and generating love, a pretence of love to destroy love, cruel hypocrisy, unlike the lovely delusions of Beulah, and cruel forms, unlike the merciful forms of Beulah's night. They know not why they love, nor wherefore they sicken and die, calling that holy love which is envy, revenge, and cruelty, which separated the stars from the mountains from man, and left man a little grovelling root outside of himself. Negations are not contraries. Contraries mutually exist, but negations exist not. Exceptions and objections and unbeliefs exist not, nor shall they ever be organized for ever and ever. If thou separate from me, thou art a negation, a mere reasoning and derogation from me, an objecting and cruel spite and malice and envy. But my emanation, alas, will become my contrary. O thou negation, I will continually compel thee to be invisible to any but whom I please, and when and where and how I please, and never, never shalt thou be organized but as a distorted and reversed reflection in the darkness and in the non-entity, nor shall that which is above ever descend into thee, but thou shalt be a non-entity for ever. And if any enter into thee, thou shalt be an unquenchable fire, and he shall be a never-dying worm, mutually tormented by those that thou tormentest, a hell and despair for ever and ever. So Los in secret with himself communed, and Enitharmon heard in her darkness, and was comforted. Yet still she divided away in gnawing pain from Los's bosom in the deadly night. First, as a red globe of blood trembling beneath his bosom, suspended over her he hung. He enfolded her in his garments of wool. He hid her from the spectre in shame and confusion of face, in terrors and pains of hell and eternal death. The trembling globe shot forth self-living, and Los howled over it, feeding it with his groans and tears day and night without ceasing, and the spectrous darkness from his back divided in temptations, and in grinding agonies, in threats, stiflings, and direful strugglings. Go thou to Schofield, ask him if he is Bath, or if he is Canterbury. Tell him to be no more dubious, demand explicit words. Tell him I will dash him into shivers where and at what time I please. Tell Hand and Schofield they are my ministers of evil to those I hate, for I can hate also as well as they. From every one of the four regions of human majesty there is an outside spread without, and an outside spread within, beyond the outline of identity, both ways, which meet in one, an orbed void of doubt, despair, hunger and thirst and sorrow. Here the 12 sons of Albion joined in dark assembly, jealous of Jerusalem's children, ashamed of her little ones. For Vala produced the bodies, Jerusalem gave the souls, became as 3 immense wheels turning upon one another into nonentity, and their thunders hoarse appall the dead, to murder their own souls, to build a kingdom among the dead. Cast, cast ye Jerusalem forth, the shadow of delusions, the harlot daughter, mother of pity and dishonorable forgiveness, our father Albion's sin and shame, but father now no more, nor sons, nor hateful peace and love, nor soft complacences with transgressors meeting in brotherhood around the table or in the porch or garden. No more the sinful delights of age and youth, and boy and girl, and animal and herb, and river and mountain, and city and village, and house and family, beneath the oak and palm, beneath the vine and fig tree, in self-denial, but war and deadly contention between father and son, and light and love. All bold asperities of haters met in deadly strife, rending the house and garden, the unforgiving porches, the tables of enmity, and beds and chambers of trembling and suspicion, hatreds of age and youth, and boy and girl, and animal and herb, and river and mountain, and city and village, and house and family, that the perfect may live in glory, redeemed by sacrifice of the Lamb and of his children before sinful Jerusalem. To build Babylon, the city of Vala, the goddess Virgin Mother. She is our mother, Nature. Jerusalem is our harlot sister, returned with children of pollution to defile our house with sin and shame. Cast, cast her into the potter's field. Her little ones she must slay upon our altars, and her aged parents must be carried into captivity to redeem her soul, to be for a shame and a curse, and to be our slaves for ever. So cry Hand and Hyle, the eldest of the fathers of Albion's little ones, to destroy the divine Saviour, the friend of sinners, building castles in desolated places and strong fortifications. Soon Hand mightily devoured and absorbed Albion's 12 sons. Out from his bosom a mighty polypus vegetating in darkness, and Hyle and Coban were his 2 chosen ones for emissaries in war. Forth from his bosom they went and returned, like wheels from a great wheel reflected in the deep. Horse turned the starry wheels, rending a way in Albion's loins, beyond the night of Beulah. In a dark and unknown night, outstretched his giant beauty on the ground in pain and tears. His children, exiled from his breast, pass to and fro before him. His birds are silent on his hills, flocks die beneath his branches. His tents are fallen, his trumpets and the sweet sound of his harp are silent on his clouded hills that belch forth storms and fire. His milk of cows and honey of bees and fruit of golden harvest is gathered in the scorching heat and in the driving rain. Where once he sat, he weary walks in misery and pain, his giant beauty and perfection fallen into dust, till from within his withered breast, grown narrow with his woes, the corn is turned to thistles, and the apples into poison. The birds of song to murderous crows, his joys to bitter groans, the voices of children in his tents to cries of helpless infants, and self-exiled from the face of light and shine of morning. In the dark world, a narrow house, he wanders up and down, seeking for rest and finding none, and hidden far within, his Aeon weeping in the cold and desolated earth. All his affections now appear without all his sons, Hand, Hyle, and Coban, Gwantok, Peachy, Brereton, Slade, and Hutton, Schofield, Cox, Cothope, and Bowen, his 12 sons, Satanic Mills, who are the spectres of the 24, each double-formed, revolve upon his mountains, groaning in pain. Beneath the dark, incessant sky, seeking for rest and finding none, raging against the human natures, ravening to gormandize the human majesty and beauty of the 24, condensing them into solid rocks with cruelty and abhorrence, suspicion and revenge, and the 7 diseases of the soul settled around Albion and around Louvain in his secret cloud, willing the friends endured for Albion's sake, and for Jerusalem his emanation shut within his bosom, which hardened against them more and more as he builded onwards on the gulf of death in self-righteousness that rolled before his awful feet, in pride of virtue for victory. And loss was roofed in from eternity in Albion's cliffs, which stand upon the ends of Beulah, and with outside all appeared a rocky form against the divine humanity. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Jerusalem, Part 4. Albion's circumference was closed. His centre began darkening into the night of Beulah, and the moon of Beulah rose, clouded with storms. Loss his strong guard walked round beneath the moon, and Albion fled inward among the currents of his rivers. He found Jerusalem upon the river of his city, soft reposed in the arms of Vala, assimilating in one with Vala, the lily of Havilah, and they sang soft through Lambeth's vales in a sweet moony night and silence that they had created, with a blue sky spread over with wings and a mild moon, dividing and uniting into many female forms. Jerusalem trembling, then in one commingling in eternal tears, sighing to melt his giant beauty on the moony river. But when they saw Albion fallen upon mild Lambeth's vale, astonished, terrified, they hovered over his giant limbs. Then thus Jerusalem spoke, while Vala wove the veil of tears, weeping in pleadings of love in the web of despair. Wherefore hast thou shut me into the winter of human life, and closed up the sweet regions of youth and virgin innocence, where we live, forgetting error, not pondering on evil, among my lambs and brooks of water, among my warbling birds, where we delight in innocence before the face of the Lamb, going in and out before him in his love and sweet affection? Vala replied, weeping and trembling, hiding in her veil. When winter rends the hungry family, and the snow falls upon the ways of men, hiding the paths of man and beast, then mourns the wanderer, then he repents his wanderings and eyes the distant forest. Then the slave groans in the dungeon of stone, the captive in the mill of the stranger, sold for scanty hire. They view their former life, they number moments over and over, stringing them on their remembrance as on a thread of sorrow. Thou art my sister and my daughter, thy shame is mine also. Ask me not of my griefs, thou knowest all my griefs. Jerusalem answered with soft tears over the valleys. O Vala, what is sin, that thou shudderest and weepest at sight of thy once loved Jerusalem? What is sin but a little error and fault that is soon forgiven? But mercy is not a sin, nor pity, nor love, nor kind forgiveness. Oh, if I have sinned, forgive and pity me. Oh, unfold thy veil in mercy and love. Slay not my little ones, beloved virgin daughter of Babylon. Slay not my infant loves and graces, beautiful daughter of Moab. I cannot put off the human form. I strive, but strive in vain. When Albion rent thy beautiful net of gold and silver twine, thou hadst woven it with art, thou hadst caught me in the bands of love. Thou refusest to let me go. Albion beheld thy beauty, beautiful through our love's comeliness, beautiful through pity. The veil shone with thy brightness in the eyes of Albion. because it enclosed pity and love, because we loved one another. Albion loved thee. He rent thy veil, he embraced thee, he loved thee. Astonished at his beauty and perfection, thou forgavest his furious love. I redounded from Albion's bosom in my virgin loveliness. The Lamb of God received me in his arms, he smiled upon us. He made me his bride and wife. He gave thee to Albion. Then was a time of love. Oh, why is it passed away? Then Albion broke silence, and with groans replied, O Vala, O Jerusalem, do you delight in my groans? You, O lovely forms, you have prepared my death cup. The disease of shame covers me from head to feet. I have no hope. Every boil upon my body is a separate and deadly sin. Doubt first assailed me, then shame took possession of me. Shame divides families. Shame hath divided Albion in sunder. First fled my sons, and then my daughters, then my wild animations, my cattle next, last even the dog of my gate. The forests fled, the cornfields, and the breathing gardens outside separated. The sea, the stars, the sun, the moon, driven forth by my disease. All is eternal death, unless you can weave a chaste body over an unchaste mind. Vala, oh, that thou wert pure! That the deep wound of sin might be closed up with the needle and with the loom, to cover Gwendolen and Ragan with costly robes of natural virtue, for their spiritual forms without a veil wither in Luvah's sepulchre. I thrust him from my presence, and all my children followed his loud howlings into the deep. Jerusalem, dissembler Jerusalem, I look into thy bosom, I discover thy secret places. Cordelia, I behold thee whom I thought pure as the heavens in innocence and fear. Thy tabernacle taken down, thy secret cherubim disclosed. Art thou broken? Ah me, Sabrina, running by my side. In childhood what wert thou? Unutterable anguish. Conwenna, thy cradled infancy is most piteous. O hide! O hide! Their secret gardens were made paths to the traveller. I knew not of their secret loves with those I hated most, nor that their every thought was sin and secret appetite. Hyle sees in fear, he howls in fury over them. Hand sees in jealous fear, in stern accusation with cruel stripes. He drives them through the streets of Babylon before my face, because they taught Luvah to rise into my clouded heavens. Battersea and Chelsea mourn for Campbell and Gwendolen. Hackney and Holloway sicken for Estrild and Ignogeg, because the Peak, Malvern and Cheviot reason in cruelty. Penmanmawr and Dinas Bran demonstrate in unbelief. Manchester and Liverpool are in tortures of doubt and despair. Malden and Colchester demonstrate. I hear my children's voices. I see their piteous faces gleam out upon the cruel winds from Lincoln and Norwich, from Edinburgh and Monmouth. I see them distant from my bosom, scourged along the roads, then lost in clouds. I hear their tender voices. Clouds divide. I see them die beneath the whips of the captains. They are taken in solemn pomp into Chaldea, across the breadths of Europe. 6 months they lie embalmed in silent death, worshipped, carried in arks of oak before the armies in the spring. Bursting their arks, they rise again to life. They play before the armies. I hear their loud cymbals and their deadly cries. Are the dead cruel? Are those who are enfolded in moral law revengeful? Oh, that death and annihilation were the same! Then Vala answered, spreading her scarlet veil over Albion. Albion, thy fear has made me tremble. Thy terrors have surrounded me. Thy sons have nailed me on the gate, piercing my hands and feet, till Schofield's Nimrod, the mighty huntsman before Jehovah, came with Cush his son and took me down. He in a golden ark bears me before his armies, though my shadow hovers here. The flesh of multitudes fed and nourished me in my childhood. My morn and evening food were prepared in battles of men. Great is the cry of the hounds of Nimrod along the valley of vision. They scent the odour of war in the valley of vision. All love is lost. Terror succeeds, and hatred instead of love, and stern demands of right and duty instead of liberty. Once thou wast to me the loveliest son of heaven, but now where shall I hide from thy dread countenance and searching eyes? I have looked into the secret soul of him I loved, and in the dark recesses found sin, and can never return. Albion again uttered his voice beneath the silent moon. I brought love into light of day to pride in chaste beauty. I brought love into light, and fancied innocence is no more. Then spake Jerusalem, O Albion, my father Albion, why wilt thou number every little fibre of my soul, spreading them out before the sun like stalks of flax to dry? The infant joy is beautiful, but its anatomy horrible, ghast and deadly. Naught shalt thou find in it but dark despair, and everlasting brooding melancholy. Then Albion turned his face toward Jerusalem, and spake, Hide thou, Jerusalem, in impalpable voidness, not to be touched by the hand, nor seen with the eye. O Jerusalem, would thou wert not, and that thy place might never be found! But come, O Vala, with knife and cup, drain my blood to the last drop, then hide me in thy scarlet tabernacle. For I see Luvah, whom I slew. I behold him in my spectre, as I behold Jerusalem in thee, O Vala, dark and cold. Jerusalem then stretched her hand toward the moon, and spoke, Why should punishment weave the veil with iron wheels of war, when forgiveness might it weave with wings of cherubim? Loud groaned Albion from mountain to mountain, and replied, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, deluding shadow of Albion, daughter of my fantasy, unlawful pleasure, Albion's curse. I came here with intention to annihilate thee, but my soul is melted away, inwoven within the veil. Hast thou again knitted the veil of Vala, which I for thee pitying rent in ancient times? I see it whole and more perfect, and shining with beauty, but thou, O wretched father! Jerusalem replied, like a voice heard from a sepulchre, Father, once piteous, is piteous sin, embalmed in Vala's bosom, in an eternal death for Albion's sake, our best beloved? Thou art my father and my brother. Why hast thou hidden me remote from the divine vision, my Lord and Saviour? Trembling stood Albion at her words, in jealous dark despair. He felt that love and pity are the same, a soft repose, inward complacency of soul, a self-annihilation. I have erred, I am ashamed, and will never return more. I have taught my children sacrifices of cruelty. What shall I answer? I will hide it from eternals. I will give myself for my children. Which way soever I turn, I behold humanity and pity. He recoiled. He rushed outwards. He bore the veil whole away. His fires redound from his dragon altars in errors returning. He drew the veil of moral virtue, woven for cruel laws, and cast it into the Atlantic deep to catch the souls of the dead. He stood between the palm tree and the oak of weeping, which stand upon the edge of Beulah, and there Albion sunk down in sick pallid languor. These were his last words, relapsing hoarse from his rocks, from caverns of Derbyshire and Wales and Scotland, uttered from the circumference into eternity. Blasphemous sons of feminine delusion! God in the dreary void dwells from eternity, wide separated from the human soul. But thou, deluding image, by whom imbued the veil I rent, lo, here is Vala's veil whole, for a law, a terror, and a curse. And therefore God takes vengeance on me. From my clay-cold bosom my children wander, trembling victims of his moral justice. His snows fall on me and cover me, while in the veil I fold my dying limbs. Therefore, O manhood, if thou art aught but a mere fantasy, hear dying Albion's curse. May God, who dwells in this dark ulro and voidness, vengeance take, and draw thee down into this abyss of sorrow and torture, like me thy victim. Oh, the death and annihilation were the same! What have I said? What have I done? Oh, all-powerful human words! You recoil back upon me in the blood of the Lamb slain in his children. Two bleeding contraries, equally true, are his witnesses against me. We reared mighty stones, we danced naked around them. thinking to bring love into light of day, to Jerusalem's shame, displaying our giant limbs to all the winds of heaven. Sudden shame seized us. We could not look on one another for abhorrence. The blue of our immortal veins and all their hosts fled from our limbs, and wandered distant in the dismal night, clouded and dark. The sun fled from the Briton's forehead, the moon from his mighty loins. Scandinavia fled with all his mountains filled with groans. Oh, what is life, and what is man? Oh, what is death? Wherefore are you, my children, natives in the grave to where I go? Or are you born to feed the hungry ravenings of destruction, to be the sport of accident, to waste in wrath and love a weary life in brooding cares and anxious labours that prove but chaff? O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, I have forsaken thy courts, thy pillars of ivory and gold, thy curtains of silk and fine linen, thy pavements of precious stones, thy walls of pearl and gold, thy gates of thanksgiving, thy windows of praise, thy clouds of blessing, thy cherubims of tender mercy, stretching their wings sublime over the little ones of Albion. O human imagination, O divine body, I have crucified. I have turned my back upon thee into the wastes of moral law. There Babylon is builded in the waste, founded in human desolation. O Babylon, thy watchman stands over thee in the night, thy severe judge all the day long proves thee, O Babylon, with provings of destruction, with giving thee thy heart's desire. But Albion is cast forth to the potter, his children to the builders, to build Babylon, because they have forsaken Jerusalem. The walls of Babylon are souls of men, her gates the groans of nations, her towers are the miseries of once happy families, her streets are paved with destruction, her houses built with death, her palaces with hell and the grave, her synagogues with torments of ever-hardening despair, squared and polished with cruel skill. Yet thou wast lovely as the summer cloud upon my hills, when Jerusalem was thy heart's desire in times of youth and love. Thy sons came to Jerusalem with gifts. She sent them away with blessings on their hands, and on their feet blessings of gold and pearl and diamond. Thy daughters sang in her courts. They came up to Jerusalem. They walked before Albion. In the exchanges of London every nation walked, and London walked in every nation, mutual in love and harmony. Albion covered the whole earth. England encompassed the nations, mutual each within other's bosom, in visions of regeneration. Jerusalem covered the Atlantic mountains and the Erythraean, from bright Japan and China to Hesperia, France, and England. Mount Zion lifted his head in every nation under heaven, and the Mount of Olives was beheld over the whole earth. The footsteps of the Lamb of God were there, but now no more. No more shall I behold him. He is closed in Luvah's sepulchre. Yet why these smitings of Luvah, the gentlest, mildest Zoe? If God was merciful, this could not be. O Lamb of God, Thou art a delusion, and Jerusalem is my sin. O my children, I have educated you in the crucifying cruelties of demonstration, till you have assumed the providence of God and slain your father. Dost thou appear before me, who liest dead in Luva's sepulchre? Dost thou forgive me, thou who wast dead and art alive? Look not so merciful upon me, O thou slain Lamb of God! I die in thy arms, though hope is banished from me. Thundering, the veil rushes from his hand. Vegetating knot by knot, day by day, night by night, loud roll the indignant Atlantic waves and the Etherean, turning up the bottoms of the deeps. And there was heard a great lamenting in Beulah. All the regions of Beulah were moved, as the tender bowels are moved. And they said, Why did you take vengeance, O ye sons of the mighty Albion, planting these oaken groves, erecting these dragon temples? Injury the Lord heals, but vengeance cannot be healed. As the sons of Albion have done to Luva, so they have in him done to the divine Lord and Saviour, who suffers with those that suffer. For not one sparrow can suffer, and the whole universe not suffer also in all its regions, and its Father and Saviour not pity and weep. But vengeance is the destroyer of grace and repentance in the bosom of the injurer, in which the divine Lamb is cruelly slain. Descend, O Lamb of God, and take away the imputation of sin by the creation of states and the deliverance of individuals evermore. Amen. Thus wept they in Beulah over the 4 regions of Albion. But many doubted and despaired, and imputed sin and righteousness. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Jerusalem, Part 5. Jerusalem, the emanation of the giant Albion, can it be? Is it a truth that the learned have explored? Was Britain the primitive seat of the patriarchal religion? If it is true, my title page is also true, that Jerusalem was and is the emanation of the giant Albion. It is true and cannot be controverted. Ye are united, O ye inhabitants of earth, in one religion, the religion of Jesus, the most ancient, the eternal and the everlasting gospel. The wicked will turn it to wickedness, the righteous to righteousness. Amen. Huzzah. Selah. All things begin and end in Albion's ancient Druid rocky shore. Your ancestors derived their origin from Abraham, Heber, Shem, and Noah, who were Druids. As the Druid temples, which are the patriarchal pillars and oak groves over the whole earth, witness to this day. You have a tradition that man anciently contained in his mighty limbs all things in heaven and earth. This you receive from the Druids. But now the starry heavens are fled from the mighty limbs of Albion. Albion was the parent of the Druids, and in his chaotic state of sleep, Satan and Adam and the whole world was created by the Elohim. The fields from Islington to Marybone, to Primrose Hill and St. John's Wood, were builded over with pillars of gold, and there Jerusalem's pillars stood. Her little ones ran on the fields, the Lamb of God among them seen, and fair Jerusalem his bride among the little meadows green. Pancras and Kentish town repose among her golden pillars high, among her golden arches which shine upon the starry sky. The Jew's harp house and the Green Man, the ponds where boys to bathe delight, the fields of cows by William's farm shine in Jerusalem's pleasant sight. She walks upon our meadows green, the Lamb of God walks by her side, and every English child is seen, children of Jesus and his bride. Forgiving trespasses and sins, lest Babylon with cruel ague, with moral and self-righteous law, should crucify in Satan's synagogue. What are those golden builders doing near mournful, ever-weeping Paddington, standing above that mighty ruin where Satan the first victory won, where Albion slept beneath the fatal tree, and the Druid's golden knife rioted in human gore, in offerings of human life? They groaned aloud on London stone, they groaned aloud on Tyburn's brook. Albion gave his deadly groan, and all the Atlantic mountain shook. Albion's spectre from his loins tore forth in all the pomp of war. Satan his name, in flames of fire he stretched his Druid pillars far. Jerusalem fell from Lambeth's vale, down through Poplar and Old Bow, through Malden and across the sea, in war and howling, death and woe. The Rhine was red with human blood, the Danube rolled a purple tide. On the Euphrates Satan stood, and over Asia stretched his pride. He withered up sweet Zion's hill, from every nation of the earth. He withered up Jerusalem's gates, and in a dark land gave her birth. He withered up the human form by laws of sacrifice for sin, till it became a mortal worm, but oh, translucent all within. The divine vision still was seen, still was the human form divine, weeping in weak and mortal clay. O Jesus, still the form was thine. And thine the human face, and thine the human hands and feet and breath, entering through the gates of birth, and passing through the gates of death. And O thou Lamb of God, whom I slew in my dark self-righteous pride, art thou returned to Albion's land, and is Jerusalem thy bride? Come to my arms and nevermore depart, but dwell for ever here. Create my spirit to thy love, subdue my spectre to thy fear. Spectre of Albion, warlike fiend, in clouds of blood and ruin rolled, I here reclaim thee as my own, my selfhood, Satan, armed in gold. Is this thy soft family love, thy cruel patriarchal pride, planting thy family alone, destroying all the world beside? A man's worst enemies are those of his own house and family, and he who makes his law a curse by his own hand shall surely die. In my exchanges every land shall walk, and mine in every land mutual shall build Jerusalem, both heart in heart and hand in hand. If humility is Christianity, you, O Jews, are the true Christians. If your tradition, that man contained in his limbs all animals, is true, and they were separated from him by cruel sacrifices, and when compulsory cruel sacrifices had brought humanity into a feminine tabernacle in the loins of Abraham and David, the Lamb of God, the Saviour became apparent on earth, as the prophets had foretold. The return of Israel is a return to mental sacrifice and war. Take up the cross, O Israel, and follow Jesus. Every ornament of perfection and every labour of love in all the Garden of Eden and in all the golden mountains was become an envied horror and a remembrance of jealousy, and every act a crime, and Albion the punisher and judge. And Albion spoke from his secret seat and said, "All these ornaments are crimes. They are made by the labours of loves, of unnatural consanguinities and friendships, horrid to think of when inquired deeply into. And all these hills and valleys are accursed witnesses of sin. I therefore condense them into solid rock steadfast, a foundation and certainty and demonstrative truth, that man be separate from man, and here I plant my seat." Cold snows drifted around him, ice covered his loins around. He sat by Tyburn's brook, and underneath his heel shut up a deadly tree. He named it moral virtue, and the law of God who dwells in chaos, hidden from the human sight. The tree spread over him its cold shadows. Albion groaned. They bent down, they felt the earth, and again enrooting, shot into many a tree, an endless labyrinth of woe. From willing sacrifice of self to sacrifice of miscalled enemies for atonement, Albion began to erect 12 altars of rough unhewn rocks before the potter's furnace. He named them Justice and Truth, and Albion's sons must have become the first victims, being the first transgressors. But they fled to the mountains to seek ransom, building a strong fortification against the divine humanity and mercy, in shame and jealousy to annihilate Jerusalem. Then the divine vision, like a silent sun, appeared above Albion's dark rocks. Setting behind the gardens of Kensington on Tyburn's river, in clouds of blood, where was mild Zion Hill's most ancient promontory, and in the sun a human form appeared, and thus the voice divine went forth upon the rocks of Albion: "I elected Albion for my glory. I gave to him the nations of the whole earth. He was the angel of my presence, and all the sons of God were Albion's sons. And Jerusalem was my joy. The reactor hath hid himself through envy. I behold him, but you cannot behold him till he be revealed in his system. Albion's reactor must have a place prepared. Albion must sleep the sleep of death, till the man of sin and repentance be revealed. Hidden in Albion's forest he lurks. he admits of no reply from Albion, but hath founded his reaction into a law of action for obedience to destroy the contraries of man. He hath compelled Albion to become a punisher, and hath possessed himself of Albion's forests and wilds, and Jerusalem is taken, the city of the woods in the forest of Ephratah is taken. London is a stone of her ruins. Oxford is the dust of her walls. Sussex and Kent are her scattered garments, Ireland her holy place, and the murdered bodies of her little ones are Scotland and Wales. The cities of the nations are the smoke of her consummation. The nations are her dust, ground by the chariot wheels of her lordly conquerors, her palaces levelled with the dust. I come that I may find a way for my banished ones to return. Fear not, O little flock, I come. Albion shall rise again. So saying, the mild sun enclosed the human family. Forthwith from Albion's darkening locks came two immortal forms, saying, We alone are escaped, O merciful Lord and Saviour. We flee from the interiors of Albion's hills and mountains, from his valleys eastward, from Amalek, Canaan, and Moab, beneath his vast ranges of hills surrounding Jerusalem. Albion walked on the steps of fire before his halls, and Vala walked with him in dreams of soft deluding slumber. He looked up and saw the Prince of Light with splendour faded. Then Albion ascended mourning into the porches of his palace. Above him rose a shadow from his wearied intellect of living gold, pure, perfect, holy. In white linen pure he hovered, a sweet entrancing self-delusion, a watery vision of Albion. Soft, exulting in existence, all the man absorbing, Albion fell upon his face prostrate before the watery shadow, saying, O Lord, whence is this change? Thou knowest I am nothing. And Vala trembled and covered her face, and her locks were spread on the pavement. We heard, astonished at the vision, and our hearts trembled within us. We heard the voice of slumberous Albion, and thus he spake, idolatrous to his own shadow, words of eternity uttering. Oh, I am nothing when I enter into judgment with thee. If thou withdraw thy breath, I die and vanish into Hades. If thou dost lay thine hand upon me, behold, I am silent. If thou withhold thine hand, I perish like a fallen leaf. Oh, I am nothing, and to nothing must return again. If thou withdraw thy breath, behold, I am oblivion. He ceased. The shadowy voice was silent, but the cloud hovered over their heads in golden wreaths, the sorrow of man, and the balmy drops fell down. And lo, that Son of Man, that shadowy spirit of mild Albion, Luva, descended from the cloud. In terror Albion rose. Indignant rose the awful man, and turned his back on Vala. We heard the voice of Albion starting from his sleep. Whence is this voice crying Enion that soundeth in my ears? O cruel pity, O dark deceit, can love seek for dominion? And Luva strove to gain dominion over Albion. They strove together above the body where Vala was enclosed, and the dark body of Albion left prostrate upon the crystal pavement, covered with boils from head to foot, the terrible smitings of Luva. Then frowned the fallen man, and put forth Luva from his presence, saying, Go and die the death of man for Vala the sweet wanderer. I will turn the volutions of your ears outward, and bend your nostrils downward, and your fluxile eyes englobed roll round in fear. Your withering lips and tongue shrink up into a narrow circle, till into narrow forms you creep. Go, take your fiery way, and learn what 'tis to absorb the man, you spirits of pity and love. They heard the voice, and fled, swift as the winter's setting sun. And now the human blood foamed high, the spirits, Luva and Vala, went down the human heart, where paradise and its joys abounded, in jealous fears and fury and rage, and flames roll round their fervid feet. And the vast form of nature like a serpent played before them. And as they fled in folding fires and thunders of the deep, Vala shrunk in like the dark sea that leaves its slimy banks, and from her bosom Luva fell far, as the east and west, and the vast form of nature like a serpent rolled between, whether of Jerusalem's or Vala's ruins congenerated, we know not. All is confusion, all is tumult, and we alone are escaped. So spake the fugitives. They joined the divine family trembling. And the two that escaped were the emanation of Loss and his spectre, for wherever the emanation goes, the spectre attends her as her guard, and Loss's emanation is named Enitharmon, and his spectre is named Athona. They knew not where to flee. They had been on a visit to Albion's children, and they strove to weave a shadow of the emanation to hide themselves, weeping and lamenting for the vegetation of Albion's children, fleeing through Albion's vales in streams of gore. Being not irritated by insult, bearing insulting benevolences, they perceived that corporeal friends are spiritual enemies. They saw the sexual religion in its embryon uncircumcision, and the divine hand was upon them, bearing them through darkness, back safe to their humanity as doves to their windows. Therefore the sons of Eden praise Athona's spectre in songs, because he kept the divine vision in time of trouble. They wept and trembled, and Los put forth his hand and took them into his bosom, from which Albion shrunk in dismal pain, bending the fibres of brotherhood, and in feminine allegories enclosing Los. But the divine vision appeared with Los, following Albion into his central void among his oaks. And Los prayed and said, O divine Saviour, arise upon the mountains of Albion as in ancient time. Behold The cities of Albion seek thy face. London groans in pain from hill to hill, and the Thames laments along the valleys. The little villages of Middlesex and Surrey hunger and thirst. The 28 cities of Albion stretch their hands to thee. Because of the oppressors of Albion in every city and village, they mock at the labourer's limbs. They mock at his starved children. They buy his daughters that they may have power to sell his sons. They compel the poor to live upon a crust of bread by soft, mild arts. They reduce the man to want, then give with pomp and ceremony. The praise of Jehovah is chanted from lips of hunger and thirst. Humanity knows not of sex. Wherefore are sexes in Beulah? In Beulah the female lets down her beautiful tabernacle, which the male enters magnificent between her cherubim, and becomes one with her, mingling, condensing in self-love. The rocky law of condemnation and double generation and death. Albion hath entered the loins, the place of the last judgment, and Louva hath drawn the curtains around Albion in Vala's bosom. The dead awake to generation. Arise, O Lord, and rend the veil. So loss in lamentations followed Albion. Albion covered his western heaven with rocky clouds of death and despair. Fearing that Albion should turn his back against the divine vision, Los took his globe of fire to search the interiors of Albion's bosom in all the terrors of friendship, entering the caves of despair and death to search the tempters out, walking among Albion's rocks and precipices, caves of solitude and dark despair, and saw every minute particular of Albion degraded and murdered, but saw not by whom. They were hidden within in the minute particulars of which they had possessed themselves, and there they take up the articulations of a man's soul, and laughing throw it down into the frame, then knock it out upon the plank, and souls are baked in bricks to build the pyramids of Heba and Terah. But Los searched in vain. Closed from the minutiae, he walked. Difficult, he came down from Highgate through Hackney and Holloway towards London, till he came to Old Stratford, and thence to Stepney and the Isle of Luther's Dogs, thence through the narrows of the river's side, and saw every minute particular, the jewels of Albion, running down the kennels of the streets and lanes as if they were of hoard. Every universal form was become barren, mountains of moral virtue, and every minute particular hardened into grains of sand, and all the tendernesses of the soul cast forth as filth and mire. Among the winding places of deep contemplation intricate, to where the Tower of London frowned dreadful over Jerusalem, a building of Louva builded in Jerusalem's eastern gate to be his secluded court, thence to Bethlehem, where was builded dens of despair in the house of bread. Inquiring in vain of stones and rocks he took his way, for human form was none, and thus he spoke, looking on Albion's city with many tears. What shall I do? What could I do if I could find these criminals? I could not dare to take vengeance, for all things are so constructed and builded by the divine hand, that the sinner shall always escape. and he who takes vengeance alone is the criminal of Providence. If I should dare to lay my finger on a grain of sand in way of vengeance, I punish the already punished. Oh, whom should I pity if I pity not the sinner who is gone astray? O Albion, if thou takest vengeance, if thou revengest thy wrongs, thou art for ever lost. What can I do to hinder the sons of Albion from taking vengeance? Or how shall I them persuade? So spoke Los, travelling through darkness and horrid solitude. And he beheld Jerusalem in Westminster and Marybone, among the ruins of the temple, and Vala, who is her shadow, Jerusalem's shadow, bent northward over the island white. At length he sat on London stone, and heard Jerusalem's voice. Albion, I cannot be thy wife. Thine own minute particulars belong to God alone, and all thy little ones are holy. They are of faith, and not of demonstration. Wherefore is Vala clothed in black mourning upon my river's currents? Vala, awake! I hear thy shuttles sing in the sky, and round my limbs I feel the iron threads of love and jealousy and despair. Vala replied, Albion is mine. Luva gave me to Albion, and now receives reproach and hate. Was it not said of old, set your son before a man, and he shall take you and your sons for slaves? But set your daughter before a man, and she shall make him and his sons and daughters your slaves for ever. And is this faith? Behold, the strife of Albion and Luva is great in the east. Their spears of blood rage in the eastern heaven. Herein is the champion of Albion. They will slay my Luva. And thou, O harlot daughter, daughter of despair, art all this cause of these shakings of my towers on Euphrates. Here is the house of Albion, and here is thy secluded place, and here we have found thy sins, and hence we turn thee forth for all to avoid thee, to be astonished at thee for thy sins, because thou art the impurity and the harlot, and thy children, children of whoredoms, born for sacrifice, for the meat and drink offering, to sustain the glorious combat and the battle and war, that man may be purified by the death of thy delusions. So saying, she her dark threads cast over the trembling river and over the valleys, from the hills of Hertfordshire to the hills of Surrey, across Middlesex, and across Albion's house of eternity. Pale stood Albion at his eastern gate, leaning against the pillars, and his disease rose from his skirts. Upon the precipice he stood, ready to fall into nonentity. Los was all astonishment and terror. He trembled, sitting on the stone of London, but the interiors of Albion's fibres and nerves were hidden from Los. Astonished, he beheld only the petrified surfaces, and saw his furnaces in ruins, for Los is the demon of the furnaces. He saw also the 4 points of Albion reversed inwards. He seized his hammer and tongs, his iron poker and his bellows, upon the valleys of Middlesex, shouting loud for aid divine. In stern defiance came from Albion's bosom Hand, Hyle, Coban, Gwantock, Peachy, Brereton, Slade, Hutton, Schofield, Cock, Cotope, Bowen, Albion's sons. They bore him a golden couch into the porch, and on the couch reposed his limbs, trembling from the bloody field, rearing their druid patriarchal rocky temples around his limbs. All things begin and end in Albion's ancient druid rocky shore. Turning his back to the divine vision, his spectrous chaos before his face appeared an unformed memory. Then spoke the spectrous chaos to Albion, darkening, cold, from the back and loins where dwell the spectrous dead. I am your rational power, O Albion, and that human form you call divine is but a worm 70 inches long, that creeps forth in a night and is dried in the morning sun, in fortuitous concourse of memories accumulated and lost. It ploughs the earth in its own conceit. It overwhelms the hills beneath its winding labyrinths, till a stone of the brook stops it in midst of its pride among its hills and rivers. Battersea and Chelsea mourn, London and Canterbury tremble. Their place shall not be found as the wind passes over. The ancient cities of the earth remove as a traveller, and shall Albion cities remain when I pass over them, with my deluge of forgotten remembrances over the tablet? So spoke the spectre to Albion. He is the great selfhood Satan, worshipped as God by the mighty ones of the earth, having a white dot called a centre, from which branches out a circle in continual gyrations. This became a heart, from which sprang numerous branches, varying their motions, producing many heads, 3 or 7 or 10, and hands and feet innumerable, at will of the unfortunate contemplator who becomes his food. Such is the way of the devouring power. And this is the cause of the appearance in the frowning chaos. Albion's emanation, which he had hidden in jealousy, appeared now in the frowning chaos, prolific upon the chaos, reflecting back to Albion in sexual reasoning hermaphroditic. Albion spoke. Who art thou that appearest in gloomy pomp, involving the divine vision in colours of autumn ripeness? I never saw thee till this time, nor beheld life abstracted, nor darkness immingled with light on my furrowed field. Whence earnest thou? Who art thou, O loveliest? The divine vision is as nothing before thee. Faded is all life and joy. Vala replied in clouds of tears, Albion's garment embracing. I was a city and a temple built by Albion's children. I was a garden planted with beauty. I allured on hill and valley the river of life to flow against my walls and among my trees. Vala was Albion's bride and wife in great eternity, the loveliest of the daughters of eternity, when in daybreak I emanated from Louva over the towers of Jerusalem, and in her courts among her little children offering up the sacrifice of fanatic love. Why loved I Jerusalem? Why was I one with her, embracing in the vision of Jesus? Wherefore did I loving create love, which never yet immingled God and man, when thou and I hid the divine vision in cloud of secret gloom, which, behold, involved me round about? Know me now, Albion, look upon me, I alone am beauty. The imaginative human form is but a breathing of Vala. I breathe him forth into the heaven from my secret cave, born of the woman to obey the woman. O Albion the mighty, for the divine appearance is brotherhood, but I am love. Elevate into the region of brotherhood with my red fires. Art thou Vala? Replied Albion, image of my repose. Oh, how I tremble! How my members pour down milky fear! A dewy garment covers me all over. All manhood is gone. At thy word and at thy look, death enrobes me about. From head to feet a garment of death and eternal fear. Is not that sun thy husband, and that moon thy glimmering veil? Are not the stars of heaven thy children? Art thou not Babylon? Art thou nature, mother of all? Is Jerusalem thy daughter? Why hast thou elevated inward, O dweller of outward chambers, from grot and cave beneath the moon, dim region of death, where I laid my plough in the hot noon, where my hot team fed, where implements of war are forged, the plough to go over the nations, in pain girding me round, like a rib of iron in heaven, O Vala. In eternity they neither marry nor are given in marriage. Albion, the high cliff of the Atlantic, is become a barren land. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Jerusalem, Part 6. Los stood at his anvil. He heard the contentions of Vala. He heaved his thundering bellows upon the valleys of Middlesex. He opened his furnaces before Vala. Then Albion frowned in anger on his rock, ere yet the starry heavens were fled away from his awful members. And thus Los cried aloud to the sons of Albion, and to Hand, the eldest son of Albion. I hear the screech of childbirth loud pealing, and the groans of death in Albion's clouds dreadful uttered over all the earth. What may man be? Who can tell? But what may woman be, to have power over man from cradle to corruptible grave? There is a throne in every man. It is the throne of God. This woman has claimed as her own, and man is no more. Albion is the tabernacle of Vala and her temple, and not the tabernacle and temple of the Most High. O Albion, why wilt thou create a female will, to hide the most evident God in a hidden covert, even in the shadows of a woman, and a secluded holy place, that we may pry after him as after a stolen treasure, hidden among the dead and mured up from the paths of life? And art thou not Reuben, enrooting thyself into Bashan, till thou remainest a vaporous shadow in a void? O Merlin, unknown among the dead, where never before existence came, is this the female will, O ye lovely daughters of Albion, to converse concerning weight and distance in the wilds of Newton and Locke? So Los spoke, standing on Mam Tor, looking over Europe and Asia. The graves thunder beneath his feet from Ireland to Japan. Reuben slept in Bashan like one dead, in the valley, cut off from Albion's mountains and from all the earth's summits. Between Succoth and Zaratam, beside the stone of Boham, while the daughters of Albion divided Louva into 3 bodies. Los bended his nostrils down to the earth, then sent him over Jordan to the land of the Hittite. Every one that saw him fled. They fled at his horrible form. They hid in caves and dens. They looked on one another and became what they beheld. Reuben returned to Bashan. In despair he slept on the stone. Then Gwendolen divided into Rahab and Tirzah in 12 portions. Los rolled his eyes into 2 narrow circles, then sent him over Jordan. All, terrified, fled. They became what they beheld. If perceptive organs vary, objects of perception seem to vary. If the perceptive organs close, their objects seem to close also. Consider this, O mortal man, O worm of 60 winters, said Los. Consider sexual organization and hide thee in the dust. Then the divine hand found the 2 limits, Satan and Adam, in Albion's bosom. For in every human bosom those limits stand. And the divine voice came from the furnaces as multitudes without number, the voices of the innumerable multitudes of eternity. And the appearance of a man was seen in the furnaces, saving those who have sinned from the punishment of the law, in pity of the punisher, whose state is eternal death, and keeping them from sin by the mild counsels of his love. Albion goes to eternal death. In me all eternity must pass through condemnation and awake beyond the grave. Individual can keep these laws, for they are death to every energy of man, and forbid the springs of life. Albion hath entered the state, Satan. Be permanent, O state, and be thou for ever accursed, that Albion may arise again, and be thou created into a state. I go forth to create states, to deliver individuals evermore. Amen. So spoke the voice from the furnaces, descending into nonentity. Reuben returned to his place. In vain he sought beautiful Tirzah, for his eyelids were narrowed, and his nostrils scented the ground. And 60 winters Los raged in the divisions of Reuben, building the moon of Ulru plank by plank and rib by rib. Reuben slept in the cave of Adam, and Los folded his tongue between lips of mire and clay, then sent him forth over Jordan. In the love of Tirzah he said, Doubt is my food day and night. All that beheld him fled howling, and gnawed their tongues for pain. They became what they beheld. In reasonings Reuben returned to Heshbon. Disconsolate, he walked through Moab, and he stood before the furnaces of Los in a horrible, dreamful slumber on Mount Gilead, looking toward Gilgal. And Los bended his ear in a spiral circle outward, then sent him over Jordan. The 7 nations fled before him. They became what they beheld. Hand, Hyle, and Coban fled. They became what they beheld. Quantock and Peachy hid in Damascus beneath Mount Lebanon, Brereton and Slade in Egypt, Hutton and Schofield and Cox fled over Chaldea in terror and pains in every nerve. Cotope and Bowen became what they beheld, fleeing over the earth, and the 12 female emanations fled with them, agonizing. Jerusalem trembled, seeing her children driven by Los's hammer in the visions of the dreams of Beulah on the edge of nonentity. Hand stood between Reuben and Merlin, as the reasoning spectre stands between the vegetative man and his immortal imagination. And the 4 Zoas clouded rage, east and west and north and south. They change their situations in the universal man. Albion groans. He sees the elements divide before his face, and England, who is Britannia, divided into Jerusalem and Vala, and Urizen assumes the east. Luva assumes the south, is his dark spectre ravening from his open sepulchre. And the 4 Zoas, who are the 4 eternal senses of man, became 4 elements separating from the limbs of Albion. These are their names in the vegetative generation. And accident and chance were found hidden in length, breadth, and height. And they divided into 4 ravening, death-like forms, fairies and genii, and nymphs and gnomes of the elements. These are states permanently fixed by the divine power. The Atlantic continent sunk round Albion's cliffy shore, and the sea poured in amain upon the giants of Albion, as Los bended the senses of Reuben. Reuben is Merlin, exploring the 3 states of Ulro, creation, redemption, and judgment. And many of the eternal ones laughed after their manner. Have you known the judgment that is arisen among the Zoas of Albion, where a man dare hardly to embrace his own wife for the terrors of chastity that they call by the name of morality? Their daughters govern all in hidden deceit. They are vegetable, only fit for burning. Art and science cannot exist but by naked beauty displayed. Then those in great eternity who contemplate on death said thus: what seems to be is. To those to whom it seems to be, and is productive of the most dreadful consequences to those to whom it seems to be, even of torments, despair, eternal death. But the divine mercy steps beyond, and redeems man in the body of Jesus. Amen. And length, breadth, height, again obey the divine vision. Hallelujah. And one stood forth from the divine family and said, I feel my spectre rising upon me. Albion, arouse thyself. Why dost thou thunder with frozen spectrous wrath against us? The spectre is in giant man insane and most deformed. Thou wilt certainly provoke my spectre against thine in fury. He has a sepulchre hewn out of a rock ready for thee, and the depth of 8,000 years forged by thyself upon the point of his spear. if thou persistest to forbid with laws our emanations, and to attack our secret supreme delights." So Los spoke, but when he saw blue death in Albion's feet, again he joined the divine body, following merciful, while Albion fled more indignant, revengeful, covering his face and bosom with petrific hardness, and his hands and feet, lest any should enter his bosom and embrace his hidden heart. His emanation wept and trembled within him, uttering not his jealousy, but hiding it as with iron and steel, dark and opaque, with clouds and tempests brooding. His strong limbs shuddered upon his mountains high and dark. Turning from universal love, petrific as he went, his cold against the warmth of Eden raged with loud thunders of deadly war, the fever of the human soul, fires and clouds of rolling smoke. But mild the Saviour followed him, displaying the eternal vision, the divine similitude, in loves and tears of brothers, sisters, sons, fathers, and friends, which if man ceases to behold, he ceases to exist, saying, "Albion, our wars are wars of life and wounds of love, with intellectual spears and long-winged arrows of thought, mutual in one another's love and wrath, all renewing, we live as one man, for contracting our infinite senses, we behold multitude, or expanding, we behold as one man, all the universal family, and that one man we call Jesus the Christ, and he in us, and we in him, live in perfect harmony in Eden, the land of life, giving, receiving, and forgiving each other's trespasses. He is the Good Shepherd, he is the Lord and Master, he is the Shepherd of Albion, he is all in Eden, in the garden of God, and in heavenly Jerusalem. If we have offended, forgive us, take not vengeance against us." Thus speaking, the divine family follow Albion. I see them in the vision of God upon my pleasant valleys. I behold London, a human, awful wonder of God. He says, "Return, Albion, return! I give myself for thee. My streets are my ideas of imagination. Awake, Albion, awake, and let us awake up together. My houses are thoughts, my inhabitants affections, the children of my thoughts, walking within my blood vessels, shut from my nervous form, which sleeps upon the verge of Beulah in dreams of darkness, while my vegetating blood, in veiny pipes, rolls dreadful through the furnaces of loss and the mills of Satan. For Albion's sake, and for Jerusalem thy emanation, I give myself, and these my brethren give themselves for Albion." So spoke London, immortal guardian. I heard in Lambeth's shades, in Felpham I heard and saw the visions of Albion. I write in South Molton Street what I both see and hear in regions of humanity in London's opening streets. I see thee, awful parent land, in light behold I see Verulam, Canterbury, venerable parent of men, generous, immortal, guardian, golden clad. For cities are men, fathers of multitudes, and rivers and mountains are also men. Everything is human, mighty, sublime. In every bosom a universe expands, as wings let down at will around, and called the universal tent. York, crowned with loving kindness. Edinburgh, clothed with fortitude, as with a garment of immortal texture, woven in looms of Eden, in spiritual deaths of mighty men who give themselves in Golgotha victims to justice. Where there is in Albion a gate of precious stones and gold, seen only by emanations, by vegetations viewless, bending across the road of Oxford Street, it from Hyde Park to Tyburn's deathful shades admits the wandering souls of multitudes who die from earth. This gate cannot be found by Satan's watch-fiends. Though they search, numbering every grain of sand on earth every night, they never find this gate. It is the gate of loss. Without-side is the mill, intricate, dreadful, and filled with cruel tortures. But no mortal man can find the mill of Satan in his mortal pilgrimage of 70 years, for human beauty knows it not, nor can mercy find it. But in the fourth region of humanity, Athona named, mortality begins to roll the billows of eternal death before the gate of loss. Athona here is named loss, and here begins the system of moral virtue named Rahab. Albion fled through the gate of loss, and he stood in the gate. Loss was the friend of Albion who most loved him. In Cambridgeshire, his eternal station, he is the 28th, and is fourfold. Seeing Albion had turned his back against the divine vision, Loss said to Albion, "Whither fleest thou?" Albion replied, "I die, I go to eternal death. The shades of death hover within me and beneath, and spreading themselves outside like rocky clouds, build me a gloomy monument of woe. Will none accompany me in my death, or be a ransom for me in that dark valley? I have girded round my cloak, and on my feet bound these black shoes of death, and on my hands death's iron gloves. God hath forsaken me, and my friends are become a burden, a weariness to me, and the human footstep is a terror to me." Loss answered, troubled, and his soul was rent in twain. Must the wise die for an atonement? Does mercy endure atonement? No, it is moral severity, and destroys mercy in its victim. So speaking, not yet infected with the error and delusion, Loss shuddered at beholding Albion, for his disease arose upon him, pale and ghastly, and he called around the friends of Albion, trembling at the sight of eternal death, the four appeared with their emanations in fiery chariots. Black their fires roll, beholding Albion's house of eternity. Damp couch the flames beneath, and silent, sick, stand shuddering before the porch of 16 pillars. Weeping, every one descended and fell down upon their knees round Albion's knees, swearing the oath of God, with awful voice of thunders round upon the hills and valleys, and the cloudy oath rolled far and wide. "Albion is sick," said every valley, every mournful hill, and every river. "Our brother Albion is sick to death. He hath leagued himself with robbers. He hath studied the arts of unbelief. Envy hovers over him. His friends are his abhorrence. Those who give their lives for him are despised. Those who devour his soul are taken into his bosom. To destroy his emanation is their intention. Arise, awake, O friends of the giant Albion! They have persuaded him of horrible falsehoods. They have sown errors over all his fruitful fields." The 24 heard. They came trembling on watery chariots, borne by the living creatures of the third procession of human majesty. The living creatures wept aloud as they went along Albion's roads, till they arrived at Albion's house. Oh, how the torments of eternal death waited on man, and the loud rending bars of the creation ready to burst, that the wide world might fly from its hinges, and the immortal mansion of man for ever be possessed by monsters of the deep, and man himself become a fiend wrapped in an endless curse, consuming and consumed for ever in flames of moral justice. For had the body of Albion fallen down, and from its dreadful ruins let loose the enormous spectre on the darkness of the deep, at enmity with the merciful, and filled with devouring fire, a nether world must have received the foul enormous spirit, under pretence of moral virtue, filled with revenge and law. There to eternity chained down, and issuing in red flames and curses, with his mighty arms brandished against the heavens, breathing cruelty, blood, and vengeance, gnashing his teeth with pain, torn with black storms and ceaseless torrents of his own consuming fire. Within his breast his mighty sons chained down and filled with cursings, and his dark Aeon, that once fair crystal form divinely clear, within his ribs producing serpents whose souls are flames of fire. But glory to the merciful One, for he is of tender mercies, and the divine family wept over him as one man. And these the 24 in whom the divine family appeared, and they were one in him, a human vision, human divine, Jesus the Saviour, blessed for ever and ever. Salce, true friend, who afterwards submitted to be devoured by the waves of despair, whose emanation rose above the flood, and was named Chichester, lovely, mild, and gentle. Lo, her lambs bleat to the sea-fowl's cry lamenting still for Albion. Submitting to be called the son of loss, the terrible vision, Winchester stood devoting himself for Albion. His tents outspread with abundant riches, and his emanations submitting to be called Enitharmon's daughters, and be born in vegetable mould, created by the hammer and loom in Bolahula and Alamander, where the dead wail night and day. I call them by their English names. English, the rough basement. Loss built the stubborn structure of the language, acting against Albion's melancholy, who must else have been a dumb despair. Gloucester and Exeter and Salisbury and Bristol, and benevolent Bath, Bath, who is legions, he is the seventh, the physician and the poisoner, the best and worst in heaven and hell, whose spectre first assimilated with Louva in Albion's mountains. A triple octave he took to reduce Jerusalem to 12, to cast Jerusalem forth upon the wilds, to Poplar and Bow, to Malden and Canterbury in the delights of cruelty. The shuttles of death sing in the sky to Islington and Pancras, round Marybone, to Tyburn's river, weaving black melancholy as a net, and despair as meshes closely wove over the west of London, where mild Jerusalem sought to repose in death and be no more. She fled to Lambeth's mild vale, and hid herself beneath the Surrey hills, where Rephaim terminates. Her sons are seized for victims of sacrifice, but Jerusalem cannot be found. Hid by the daughters of Beulah, gently snatched away, and hid in Beulah. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Jerusalem, Part 7. There is a grain of sand in Lambeth that Satan cannot find, nor can his watch-fiends find it. 'Tis translucent, and has many angles, but he who finds it will find Uthun's palace, for within, opening into Beulah, every angle is a lovely heaven. But should the watch-fiends find it, they would call it sin, and lay its heavens and their inhabitants in blood of punishment. Here Jerusalem and Vala were hid, in soft slumberous repose, hid from the terrible east, shut up in the south and west. The 28 trembled in death's dark caves, in cold despair they kneeled around the couch of death in deep humiliation and tortures of self-condemnation, while their spectres raged within. The 4 Zoas, in terrible combustion, clouded rage, drinking the shuddering fears and loves of Albion's families, destroying by selfish affections the things that they most admire, drinking and eating, and pitying and weeping, as at a tragic scene, the soul drinks murder and revenge, and applauds its own holiness. They saw Albion endeavouring to destroy their emanations. Thus Albion sat, studious of others in his pale disease, brooding on evil. But when loss opened the furnaces before him, he saw that the accursed things were his own affections, and his own beloveds. Then he turned sick, his soul died within him. Also loss, sick and terrified, beheld the furnaces of death, and must have died. But the divine Saviour descended among the infant loves and affections, and the divine vision wept like evening dew on every herb upon the breathing ground. Albion spoke in his dismal dreams. O thou deceitful friend, worshipping mercy and beholding thy friend in such affliction, loss, thou now discoverest thy turpitude to the heavens. I demand righteousness and justice. O thou ingratitude! Give me my emanations back, food for my dying soul. My daughters are harlots. My sons are accursed before me. Enitharmon is my daughter, accursed with a father's curse. Oh, I have utterly been wasted. I have given my daughters to devils. So spoke Albion in gloomy majesty, and deepest night of Ulro rolled round his skirts from Dover to Cornwall. Loss answered, Righteousness and justice I give thee in return for thy righteousness, but I add mercy also, and bind thee from destroying these little ones. Am I to be only merciful to thee, and cruel to all that thou hatest? Thou wast the image of God, surrounded by the four Zoas. 3 thou hast slain. I am the 4th. Thou canst not destroy me. Thou art in error. Trouble me not with thy righteousness. I have innocence to defend, and ignorance to instruct. I have no time for seeming, and little arts of compliment, in morality and virtue, in self-glorying and pride. There is a limit of opaqueness, and a limit of contraction, in every individual man, and the limit of opaqueness is named Satan, and the limit of contraction is named Adam. But when man sleeps in Beulah, the Saviour in mercy takes contraction's limit, and of the limit he forms woman, that himself may in process of time be born man to redeem. But there is no limit of expansion, there is no limit of translucence, in the bosom of man for ever from eternity to eternity. Therefore I break thy bonds of righteousness, I crush thy messengers, that they may not crush me and mine. Do thou be righteous, and I will return it. Otherwise I defy thy worst revenge. Consider me as thine enemy, on me turn all thy fury. But destroy not these little ones, nor mock the Lord's anointed. Destroy not by moral virtue the little ones whom he hath chosen, the little ones whom he hath chosen in preference to thee. He hath cast thee off for ever, the little ones he hath anointed. Thy selfhood is for ever accursed from the divine presence. So Los spoke, then turned his face, and wept for Albion. Albion replied, Go, hand and hile, seize the abhorred friend, as you have seized the 24 rebellious ingratitude. To atone for you for spiritual death, man lives by deaths of men. Bring him to justice before heaven, here upon London stone, between Blackheath and Hounslow. between Norwood and Finchley. All that they have is mine. From my free, generous gift they now hold all they have. Ingratitude to me their benefactor, calls aloud for vengeance deep. Los stood before his furnaces, awaiting the fury of the dead, and the divine hand was upon him, strengthening him mightily. The spectres of the dead cry out from the deeps beneath upon the hills of Albion. Oxford groans in his iron furnace, Winchester in his den and cavern. They lament against Albion, they curse their human kindness and affection. They rage like wild beasts in the forests of affliction. In the dreams of Ulro they repent of their human kindness. Come up, build Babylon, Rahab is ours, and all her multitudes with her, in pomp and glory of victory. Depart, ye 24, into the deeps, let us depart to glory. Their human, majestic forms sit up upon their couches of death. They curb their spectres as with iron curbs. They inquire after Jerusalem in the regions of the dead, with the voices of dead men, low, scarcely articulate, and with tears cold on their cheeks, they weary repose. Oh, when shall the morning of the grave appear? And when shall our salvation come? We sleep upon our watch, we cannot awake, and our spectres rage in the forests. O God of Albion, where art thou? Pity the watchers. Thus mourn they. Loud the furnaces of Los thunder upon the clouds of Europe and Asia, among the serpent temples. And Los drew his 7 furnaces around Albion's altars. And as Albion built his frozen altars, Los built the mundane shell in the 4 regions of humanity, east and west, and north and south, till Norwood and Finchley and Blackheath and Hounslow covered the whole earth. This is the net and veil of Vala among the souls of the dead. They saw their wheels rising up poisonous against Albion. Urizen, cold and scientific. Louva, pitying and weeping. Tharmas, indolent and sullen. Athona, doubting and despairing. Victims to one another, and dreadfully plotting against each other to prevent Albion walking about in the 4 complexions. They saw America closed out by the oaks of the western shore, and Tharmas dashed on the rocks of the altars of victims in Mexico. If we are wrathful, Albion will destroy Jerusalem with rooty groves. If we are merciful, our souls must suffer destruction on his oaks. Why should we enter into our spectres to behold our own corruptions? O God of Albion, descend! Deliver Jerusalem from the oaken groves. Then Los grew furious, raging. Why stand we here, trembling around, calling on God for help, and not ourselves, in whom God dwells, stretching a hand to save the falling man? Are we not 4, beholding Albion upon the precipice, ready to fall into nonentity? Seeing these heavens and hells conglobing in the void, heavens over hells, brooding in holy hypocritic lust, drinking the cries of pain from howling victims of law, building heavens 27-fold, swelled and bloated general forms repugnant to the divine. Humanity, who is the only general and universal form, to which all lineaments tend and seek with love and sympathy, all broad and general principles belong to benevolence, who protects minute particulars, every one in their own identity. But here the affectionate touch of the tongue is closed in by deadly teeth, and the soft smile of friendship and the open dawn of benevolence become a net and a trap, and every energy rendered cruel, till the existence of friendship and benevolence is denied. The wine of the Spirit and the vineyards of the Holy One here turn into poisonous stupor and deadly intoxication, that they may be condemned by law and the Lamb of God be slain. And the two sources of life in eternity, hunting and war, are become the sources of dark and bitter death, and of corroding hell. The open heart is shut up in integuments of frozen silence, that the spear that lights it forth may shatter the ribs and bosom. A pretence of art to destroy art, a pretence of liberty to destroy liberty, a pretence of religion to destroy religion. Oshia and Caleb fight, they contend in the valleys of Peor, in the terrible family contentions of those who love each other. The armies of Balaam weep, no women come to the field. Dead corses lay before them, and not as in wars of old. For the soldier who fights for truth calls his enemy his brother. They fight and contend for life, and not for eternal death. But here the soldier strikes, and a dead corse falls at his feet. Nor daughter, nor sister, nor mother come forth to embosom the slain, but death, eternal death, remains in the valleys of Peor. The English are scattered over the face of the nations. Are these Jerusalem's children? Hark! Hear the giants of Albion cry at night. We smell the blood of the English. We delight in their blood on our altars. The living and the dead shall be ground in our rumbling mills for bread of the sons of Albion, of the giants Ham and Schofield. Schofield and Cox are let loose upon my Saxons. They accumulate a world in which man is by his nature the enemy of man, in pride of selfhood, unwieldy stretching out into nonentity, generalizing art and science till art and science is lost. Bristol and Bath, listen to my words, and ye 17 give ear. It is easy to acknowledge a man to be great and good, while we derogate from him in the trifles and small articles of that goodness. Those alone are his friends who admire his minutest powers. Instead of Albion's lovely mountains and the curtains of Jerusalem, I see a cave, a rock, a tree, deadly and poisonous, unimaginative. Instead of the mutual forgivenesses, the minute particulars, I see pits of bitumen ever burning, artificial riches of the Canaanite, like lakes of liquid lead, instead of heavenly chapels built by our own dear Lord. I see worlds crusted with snow and ice. I see a wicker idol woven round Jerusalem's children. I see the Canaanite, the Amalekite, the Moabite, the Egyptian. By demonstrations, the cruel sons of quality and negation driven on the void in incoherent despair into nonentity. I see America closed apart, and Jerusalem driven in terror away from Albion's mountains, far away from London's spires. I will not endure this thing. I alone withstand to death this outrage. Ah me, how sick and pale you all stand round me! Ah me, pitiable ones! Do you also go to death's vale? All you, my friends and brothers? All you, my beloved companions? Have you also caught the infection of sin and stern repentance? I see disease arise upon you. Yet speak to me and give me some comfort. Why do you all stand silent? I alone remain in permanent strength. Or is all this goodness and pity only that you may take the greater vengeance in your sepulchre? So Los spoke. Pale they stood around the house of death, in the midst of temptations and despair, among the rooted oaks, among reared rocks of Albion's sons. At length they rose with one accord in love sublime, and as on cherubs' wings they Albion surround with kindest violence, to bear him back against his will through Los's gate to Eden, fourfold loud, their wings waving over the bottomless immense, to bear their awful charge back to his native home. But Albion, dark, repugnant, rolled his wheels backward into nonentity. Loud rolled the starry wheels of Albion into the world of death, and all the gate of Los, clouded with clouds redounding from Albion's dread wheels, stretching out spaces immense between, that every little particle of light and air became opaque, black and immense, a rock of difficulty and a cliff of black despair, that the immortal wings laboured against cliff after cliff and over valleys of despair and death. The narrow sea between Albion and the Atlantic continent, its waves of pearl, became a boundless ocean bottomless, of grey obscurity, filled with clouds and rocks and whirling waters, and Albion's sons ascending and descending in the horrid void. But as the will must not be bended, but in the day of divine power, silent, calm, and motionless, in the mid-air sublime, the family divine hover around the darkened Albion. Such is the nature of the Ulro, that whatever enters becomes sexual, and is created and vegetated and born. From Hyde Park spread their vegetating roots beneath Albion, in dreadful pain, the spectrous uncircumcised vegetation, forming a sexual machine, an aged virgin form, in Erin's land, toward the north, joint after joint, and burning in love and jealousy immingled, and calling it religion. And feeling the damps of death, they with one accord delegated Los, conjuring him by the highest that he should watch over them till Jesus shall appear, and they gave their power to Los, naming him the Spirit of Prophecy, calling him Elijah. Stricken with Albion's disease, they become what they behold. They assimilate with Albion in pity and compassion. Their emanations return not. Their spectres rage in the deep. The slumbers of death came over them around the couch of death, before the gate of Los, and in the depths of nonentity, among the furnaces of Los, among the oaks of Albion. Man is adjoined to man by his emanative portion, who is Jerusalem in every individual man, and her shadow is Vala, builded by the reasoning power in man. O search and see, turn your eyes upward, open, O thou world of love and harmony in man, expand thy ever lovely gates. They wept into the deeps a little space. At length was heard the voice of Bath, faint as the voice of the dead in the house of death. Bath, healing city, whose wisdom, in midst of poetic fervour, mild spoke through the western porch in soft, gentle tears. O Albion, mildest son of Eden, closed is thy western gate. Brothers of eternity, this man, whose great example we all admired and loved, whose all-benevolent countenance, seen in Eden, in lovely Jerusalem, drew even from envy the tear, and the confession of honesty, open and undisguised, from mistrust and suspicion. The man is himself become a piteous example of oblivion, to teach the sons of Eden that however great and glorious, however loving and merciful the individuality, however high our palaces and cities, and however fruitful are our fields in selfhood, we are nothing, but fade away in morning's breath. Our mildness is nothing. The greatest mildness we can use is incapable and nothing. None but the Lamb of God can heal this dread disease. None but Jesus. O Lord, descend and save. Albion's western gate is closed. His death is coming apace. Jesus alone can save him, for alas, we none can know how soon his lot may be our own. When Africa in sleep rose in the night of Beulah, and bound down the sun and moon, his friends cut his strong chains, and overwhelmed his dark machines in fury and destruction, and the man, reviving, repented. He wept before his wrathful brethren, thankful and considerate for their well-timed wrath. But Albion's sleep is not like Africa's, and his machines are woven with his life. Nothing but mercy can save him, nothing but mercy interposing, lest he should slay Jerusalem in his fearful jealousy. O God, descend, gather our brethren, deliver Jerusalem. But that we may omit no office of the friendly spirit, Oxford, take thou these leaves of the tree of life. With eloquence that thy immortal tongue inspires, present them to Albion. Perhaps he may receive them, offered from thy loved hands. So spoke, unheard by Albion, the merciful Son of Heaven, to those whose western gates were open, as they stood weeping around Albion. But Albion heard him not. Obdurate, hard, he frowned on all his friends, counting them enemies in his sorrow. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Jerusalem, Part 8. And the 17 conjoining with Bath, the 7th, in whom the other 10 shone manifest, a divine vision. And these the names of the 18 combining with those 10. Bath, mild physician of eternity, mysterious power, whose springs are unsearchable and knowledge infinite. Hereford, ancient guardian of Wales, whose hands builded the mountain palaces of Eden, stupendous works. Lincoln, Durham, and Carlyle, counsellors of loss, and Ely, scribe of loss, whose pen no other hand dare touch. Oxford, immortal bard, with eloquence divine, he wept over Albion, speaking the words of God in mild persuasion, bringing leaves of the tree of life. Thou art in error, Albion, the land of Ulro. One error not removed will destroy a human soul. Repose in Beulah's night till the error is removed. Reason not on both sides. Repose upon our bosoms till the plough of Jehovah and the harrow of Shaddai have passed over the dead, to awake the dead to judgment. But Albion turned away, refusing comfort. Oxford trembled while he spoke, then fainted in the arms of Norwich, Peterborough, Rochester, Chester awful, Worcester, Lichfield, St. David's, Llandaff, Asaph, Bangor, Sodor, bowing their heads devoted, and the furnaces of loss began to rage. Thundering loud, the storms began to roar upon the furnaces, and loud the furnaces rebellow beneath. And these the four, in whom the 24 appeared fourfold: Verulam, London, York, Edinburgh, mourning one towards another. Alas, the time will come when a man's worst enemies shall be those of his own house and family, in a religion of generation to destroy by sin and atonement happy Jerusalem, the bride and wife of the Lamb. O God, thou art not an avenger. From Camberwell to Highgate, where the mighty Thames shudders along, where Los's furnaces stand, where Jerusalem and Vala howl, Louver tore forth from Albion's loins in fibrous veins, in rivers of blood over Europe, a vegetating root in grinding pain, animating the dragon temples, soon to become that holy fiend, the wicker man of Scandinavia, in which, cruelly consumed, the captives reared to heaven howl in flames among the stars. Loud the cries of war on the Rhine and Danube with Albion's sons. Away from Beulah's hills and vale break forth the souls of the dead, with cymbal, trumpet, clarion, and the scythed chariots of Britain. And the vale of Vala is composed of the spectres of the dead. Hark the mingling cries of Louver with the sons of Albion. Hark, and record the terrible wonder that the Punisher mingles with his victim's spectre, enslaved and tormented to him whom he has murdered, bound in vengeance and enmity. Shudder not, but write, and the hand of God will assist you. Therefore I write Albion's last words. Hope is banished from me. These were his last words, and the merciful Saviour in his arms received him, in the arms of tender mercy, and reposed the pale limbs of his eternal individuality upon the rock of ages. Then, surrounded with a cloud, in silence, the divine Lord builded with immortal labour of gold and jewels a sublime ornament, a couch of repose with 16 pillars, canopied with emblems and written verse, spiritual verse, ordered and measured, from whence time shall reveal the 5 books of the Decalogue, the books of Joshua and Judges, Samuel a double book, and Kings a double book, the Psalms and Prophets, the fourfold Gospel, and the Revelations everlasting. Eternity groaned and was troubled at the image of eternal death. Beneath the bottoms of the graves, which is earth's central joint, there is a place where contrarieties are equally true. To protect from the giant blows in the sports of intellect, thunder in the midst of kindness, and love that kills its beloved, because death is for a period, and they renew tenfold. From this sweet place maternal love awoke Jerusalem. With pangs she forsook Beulah's pleasant, lovely, shadowy universe, when no dispute can come, created for those who sleep. Weeping was in all Beulah, and all the daughters of Beulah wept for their sister, the daughter of Albion, Jerusalem. When out of Beulah the emanation of the sleeper descended, with solemn mourning, out of Beulah's moony shades and hills, within the human heart, whose gates closed with solemn sound. And this the manner of the terrible separation. The emanations of the grievously afflicted friends of Albion concentre in one female form, an aged pensive woman, astonished, lovely, embracing the sublime shade. The daughters of Beulah beheld her with wonder. With awful hands she took a moment of time, drawing it out with many tears and afflictions and many sorrows. Oblique across the Atlantic vale, which is the vale of Rephaim, dreadful from east to west, where the human harvest waves abundant in the beams of Eden, into a rainbow of jewels and gold, a mild reflection from Albion's dread tomb. 8,500 years in its extension, every 200 years has a door to Eden. She also took an atom of space, with dire pain, opening it a centre into Beulah. Trembling, the daughters of Beulah dried her tears. She, ardent, embraced her sorrows, occupied in labours of sublime mercy in Rephaim's vale. Perusing Albion's tomb she sat. She walked among the ornaments, solemn mourning. The daughters attended her shudderings, wiping the death sweat. Los also saw her in his 7th furnace. He also, terrified, saw the finger of God go forth upon his 7th furnace, away from the starry wheels, to prepare Jerusalem a place. When, with a dreadful groan, the emanation mild of Albion burst from his bosom in the tomb, like a pale snowy cloud, female and lovely, struggling to put off the human form, writhing in pain. The daughters of Beulah in kind arms receive Jerusalem, weeping over her among the spaces of Herein, in the ends of Beulah, where the dead wail night and day. And thus Herein spoke to the daughters of Beulah in soft tears: Albion, the vortex of the dead, Albion the generous, Albion the mildest son of heaven, the place of holy sacrifice, where friends die for each other, will become the place of murder and unforgiving, never awaking sacrifice of enemies. The children must be sacrificed, a horror never known till now in Beulah, unless a refuge can be found to hide them from the wrath of Albion's law, that freezes sore upon his sons and daughters self-exiled from his bosom. Draw ye Jerusalem away from Albion's mountains, to give a place for redemption. Let Sihon and Og remove eastward to Bashan and Gilead, and leave the secret coverts of Albion and the hidden places of America. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, why wilt thou turn away? Come ye, O daughters of Beulah, lament for Og and Sion upon the lakes of Ireland, from Rathlin to Baltimore. Stand ye upon the Dargle, from Wicklow to Drogheda. Come and mourn over Albion, the white cliff of the Atlantic, the mountain of giants. All the giants of Albion are become weak, withered, darkened, and Jerusalem is cast forth from Albion. They deny that they ever knew Jerusalem, or ever dwelt in Shiloh. The gigantic roots and twigs of the vegetating sons of Albion, filled with the little ones, are consumed in the fires of their altars. The vegetating cities are burned and consumed from the earth, and the bodies in which all animals and vegetations, the earth and heaven, were contained in all glorious imagination, are withered and darkened. The golden gate of Havilah, and all the garden of God, was caught up with the sun in one day of fury and war. The lungs, the heart, the liver, shrunk away far distant from man, and left a little slimy substance floating upon the tides. In one night the Atlantic continent was caught up with the moon, and became an opaque globe, far distant, clad with moony beams. The visions of eternity, by reason of narrowed perceptions, are become weak visions of time and space, fixed into furrows of death, till deep dissimulation is the only defence an honest man has left. O polypus of death! O spectre over Europe and Asia, withering the human form by laws of sacrifice for sin, by laws of chastity and abhorrence, I am withered up, striving to create a heaven in which all shall be pure and holy in their own selfhoods, in natural selfish chastity, to banish pity and dear mutual forgiveness, and to become one great Satan, enslaved to the most powerful selfhood, to murder the divine humanity, in whose sight all are as the dust, and who chargeth his angels with folly. Ah, weak and wide astray, ah, shut in narrow doleful form, creeping in reptile flesh upon the bosom of the ground, the eye of man, a little narrow orb, closed up and dark, scarcely beholding the great light, conversing with the ground. The ear, a little shell, in small volutions, shutting out true harmonies, and comprehending great as very small. The nostrils bent down to the earth, and closed with senseless flesh, that odours cannot them expand, nor joy on them exult. The tongue a little moisture fills, a little food it cloys, a little sound it utters, and its cries are faintly heard. Therefore they are removed. Therefore they have taken root in Egypt and Philistia, in Moab and Edom and Aram, in the Erythraean Sea, their uncircumcision in heart and loins be lost for ever and ever. Then they shall arise from self by self-annihilation into Jerusalem's courts, and into Shiloh, Shiloh, the masculine emanation among the flowers of Beulah. Lo, Shiloh dwells over France, as Jerusalem dwells over Albion. Build and prepare a wall and curtain for America's shore. Rush on, rush on, rush on, ye vegetating sons of Albion. The sun shall go before you in day, the moon shall go before you in night. Come on, come on, come on. The Lord Jehovah is before, behind, above, beneath, around. He has builded the arches of Albion's tomb, binding the stars in merciful order, bending the laws of cruelty to peace. He hath placed Og and Anak, the giants of Albion, for their guards, building the body of Moses in the valley of Peor, the body of divine analogy, and Og and Sion in the tears of Balaam, the son of Beor, have given their power to Joshua and Caleb. Remove from Albion, far remove, these terrible surfaces. They are beginning to form heavens and hells in immense circles, the hells for food to the heavens, food of torment, food of despair. They drink the condemned soul, and rejoice in cruel holiness, in their heavens of chastity and uncircumcision. Yet they are blameless, and iniquity must be imputed only to the state they are entered into, that they may be delivered. Satan is the state of death, and not a human existence. But Luva is named Satan, because he has entered that state, a world where man is by nature the enemy of man, because the evil is created into a state that men may be delivered time after time evermore. Amen. Learn, therefore, O sisters, to distinguish the eternal human that walks about among the stones of fire in bliss and woe alternate, from those states or worlds in which the spirit travels. This is the only means to forgiveness of enemies. Therefore remove from Albion these terrible surfaces, and let wild seas and rocks close up Jerusalem away from the Atlantic mountains, where giants dwelt in intellect, now given to stony druids and allegoric generation, to the 12 gods of Asia, the spectres of those who sleep, swayed by a providence opposed to the divine Lord Jesus. a murderous providence, a creation that groans, living on death, where fish and bird and beast and man and tree and metal and stone live by devouring, going into eternal death continually. Albion is now possessed by the war of blood. The sacrifice of envy Albion is become, and his emanation cast out. Come, Lord Jesus, Lamb of God, descend, for if, O Lord, if thou hadst been here, our brother Albion had not died. Arise, sisters, go ye and meet the Lord while I remain. Behold the foggy mornings of the dead on Albion's cliffs. Ye know that if the emanation remains in them, she will become an eternal death, an avenger of sin, of self-righteousness, the proud virgin harlot, mother of war, and we also and all Beulah consume beneath Albion's curse. So Herein spoke to the daughters of Beulah. Shuddering with their wings, they sat in the furnace in a night of stars, for all the sons of Albion appeared, distant stars, ascending and descending into Albion's sea of death, and Erin's lovely bow enclosed the wheels of Albion's sons. Expanding on wing, the daughters of Beulah replied in sweet response, Come, O thou Lamb of God, and take away the remembrance of sin. To sin and to hide the sin in sweet deceit is lovely. To sin in the open face of day is cruel and pitiless. But to record the sin for a reproach, to let the sun go down in remembrance of the sin, is a woe and a horror, a brooder of an evil day, and a sun rising in blood. Come then, O Lamb of God, and take away the remembrance of sin. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Jerusalem, Part 9. Rahab is an eternal state. To the deists. The spiritual states of the soul are all eternal. Distinguish between the man and his present state. He never can be a friend to the human race who is the preacher of natural morality or natural religion. He is a flatterer who means to betray, to perpetuate tyrant pride, and the laws of that Babylon which he foresees shall shortly be destroyed with the spiritual and not the natural sword. He is in the state named Rahab, which state must be put off before he can be the friend of man. You, O deists, profess yourselves the enemies of Christianity, and you are so. You are also the enemies of the human race and of universal nature. Man is born a spectre or Satan, and is altogether an evil, and requires a new selfhood continually, and must continually be changed into his direct contrary. But your Greek philosophy, which is a remnant of Druidism, teaches that man is righteous in his vegetated spectre, an opinion of fatal and accursed consequence to man, as the ancients saw plainly by revelation, to the entire abrogation of experimental theory, and many believed what they saw, and prophesied of Jesus. Man must and will have some religion. If he has not the religion of Jesus, he will have the religion of Satan, and will erect the synagogue of Satan, calling the prince of this world God, and destroying all who do not worship Satan under the name of God. Will any one say, where are those who worship Satan under the name of God? Where are they? Listen. Every religion that preaches vengeance for sin is the religion of the enemy and avenger, and not of the forgiver of sin. And their God is Satan, named by the divine name. Your religion, O deists, deism is the worship of the God of this world by the means of what you call natural religion and natural philosophy, and of natural morality or self-righteousness, the selfish virtues of the natural heart. This was the religion of the Pharisees who murdered Jesus. Deism is the same, and ends in the same. Voltaire, Rousseau, Gibbon, Hume charge the spiritually religious with hypocrisy. But how a monk, or a Methodist either, can be a hypocrite, I cannot conceive. We are men of like passions with others, and pretend not to be holier than others. Therefore, when a religious man falls into sin, he ought not to be called a hypocrite. This title is more properly to be given to a player who falls into sin, whose profession is virtue and morality, and the making men self-righteous. Foote, in calling Whitefield hypocrite, was himself one, for Whitefield pretended not to be holier than others, but confessed his sins before all the world. Voltaire, Rousseau, you cannot escape my charge that you are Pharisees and hypocrites, for you are constantly talking of the virtues of the human heart, and particularly of your own, that you may accuse others, and especially the religious, whose errors you, by this display of pretended virtue, chiefly design to expose. Rousseau thought men good by nature. He found them evil, and found no friend. Friendship cannot exist without forgiveness of sins continually. The book written by Rousseau, called his Confessions, is an apology and cloak for his sin, and not a confession. But you also charge the poor monks and religious with being the causes of war, while you acquit and flatter the Alexanders and Caesars, the Lewises and Fredericks, who alone are its causes and its actors. But the religion of Jesus, forgiveness of sin, can never be the cause of a war, nor of a single martyrdom. Those who martyr others, or who cause war, are deists, but never can be forgivers of sin. The glory of Christianity is to conquer by forgiveness. All the destruction, therefore, in Christian Europe has arisen from deism, which is natural religion. I saw a monk of Charlemagne arise before my sight. I talked with the grey monk as we stood in beams of infernal light. Gibbon arose with a lash of steel, and Voltaire with a racking wheel. The schools in clouds of learning rolled, arose with war in iron and gold. Thou lazy monk, they sound afar, in vain condemning glorious war, and in your cell you shall ever dwell. Rise, war, and bind him in his cell. The blood-red ran from the grey monk's side, his hands and feet were wounded wide, his body bent, his arms and knees like to the roots of ancient trees. When Satan first the black bow bent, and the moral law from the gospel rent, he forged the law into a sword, and spilled the blood of mercy's Lord. Titus, Constantine, Charlemagne, O Voltaire, Rousseau, Gibbon, vain your Grecian mocks and Roman sword against this image of his Lord. For a tear is an intellectual thing, and a sigh is the sword of an angel king, and the bitter groan of a martyr's woe is an arrow from the Almighty's bow. But Los, who is the vehicular form of strong Athona, wept vehemently over Albion, where Thames currents spring from the rivers of Beulah, pleasant river, soft, mild parent stream, and the roots of Albion's tree entered the soul of Los, as he sat before his furnaces, clothed in sackcloth of hair, in gnawing pain, dividing him from his emanation, enclosing all the children of Los time after time, their giant forms condensing into nations and peoples and tongues. Translucent the furnaces of beryl and emerald immortal, and sevenfold each within other, incomprehensible to the vegetated mortal eyes, perverted and single vision. The bellows are the animal lungs, the hammers the animal heart, the furnaces the stomach for digestion. Terrible their fury, like 7 burning heavens ranged from south to north. Here, on the banks of the Thames, Los builded Golgonooza, outside of the gates of the human heart, beneath Beulah, in the midst of the rocks of the altars of Albion. In fears he builded it, in rage and in fury. It is the spiritual fourfold London, continually building and continually decaying, desolate. In eternal labours, loud the furnaces and loud the anvils of death thunder incessant around the flaming couches of the 24 friends of Albion, and around the awful four, for the protection of the 12 emanations of Albion's sons, the mystic union of the emanation in the Lord. Because man divided from his emanation is a dark spectre, his emanation is an ever-weeping, melancholy shadow, but she is made receptive of generation through mercy in the potter's furnace, among the funeral urns of Beulah, from Surrey hills through Italy and Greece to Hinnom's Vale. In great eternity every particular form gives forth or emanates its own peculiar light, and the form is the divine vision, and the light is his garment. This is Jerusalem in every man, a tent and tabernacle of mutual forgiveness, male and female clothings. And Jerusalem is called liberty among the children of Albion. But Albion fell down, a rocky fragment from eternity hurled by his own spectre, who is the reasoning power in every man, into his own chaos, which is the memory between man and man. The silent broodings of deadly revenge, springing from the all-powerful parental affection, fills Albion from head to foot. Seeing his sons assimilate with Luvah, bound in the bonds of spiritual hate, from which springs sexual love as iron chains, he tosses like a cloud outstretched among Jerusalem's ruins, which overspread all the earth. He groans among his ruined porches. But the spectre, like a hoar-frost and a mildew, rose over Albion, saying, "I am God, O sons of men! I am your rational power. Am I not Bacon and Newton and Locke, who teach humility to man, who teach doubt and experiment, and my two wings, Voltaire, Rousseau? Where is that friend of sinners, that rebel against my laws, who teaches belief to the nations, and an unknown eternal life? Come hither into the desert, and turn these stones to bread. O vain, foolish man! Wilt thou believe without experiment, and build a world of fantasy upon my great abyss? A world of shapes in craving lust and devouring appetite." So spoke the hard, cold, constructive spectre. He is named Arthur, constructing into Druid rocks round Canaan, Agag, and Aram, and Pharaoh. Then Albion drew England into his bosom in groans and tears. But she stretched out her starry night in spaces against him, like a long serpent, in the abyss of the spectre, which augmented the night with dragon wings, covered with stars, and in the wings Jerusalem and Vala appeared, and above, between the wings, magnificent, the divine vision dimly appeared in clouds of blood, weeping. When those who disregard all mortal things saw a mighty one among the flowers of Beulah still retain his awful strength, they wondered, checking their wild flames, and many, gathering together into an assembly, they said, "Let us go down and see these changes." Others said, "If you do so, prepare for being driven from our field. What have we to do with the dead? To be their inferiors or superiors we equally abhor. Superior none we know, inferior none. All equal share divine benevolence and joy, for the eternal man walketh among us, calling us his brother and his friends, forbidding us that veil which Satan puts between Eve and Adam, by which the princes of the dead enslave their votaries, teaching them to form the serpent of precious stones and gold, to seize the sons of Jerusalem and plant them in one man's loins, to make one family of contraries, that Joseph may be sold into Egypt for negation, a veil the Saviour born and dying rends. But others said, Let us to him who only is, and who walketh among us, give decision. Bring forth all your fires. So saying, an eternal deed was done. In fiery flames the universal concave raged. Such thunderous sounds as never were sounded from a mortal cloud, nor on Mount Sinai old, nor in Havilah, where the cherub rolled his redounding flame. Loud, loud, the mountains lifted up their voices. Loud the forests, rivers thundered against their banks. Loud winds, furious fought. Cities and nations contended in fires and clouds and tempests. The seas raised up their voices and lifted their hands on high. The stars in their courses fought, the sun, moon, heaven, earth, contending for Albion and for Jerusalem his emanation, and for Shiloh the emanation of France, and for lovely Vala. Then far the greatest number were about to make a separation, and they elected 7, called the 7 Eyes of God: Lucifer, Molech, Elohim, Shaddai, Pahad, Jehovah, Jesus. They named the 8th. He came not. He hid in Albion's forests. But first they said, and their words stood in chariots in array, curbing their tigers with golden bits and bridles of silver and ivory. Let the human organs be kept in their perfect integrity, at will contracting into worms, or expanding into gods, and then behold, what are these Ulro visions of chastity? Then, as the moss upon the tree, or dust upon the plough, or as the sweat upon the labouring shoulder, or as the chaff of the wheat flour, or as the dregs of the sweet winepress, such are these Ulro visions. For though we sit down within the ploughed furrow, listening to the weeping clods, till we contract or expand space at will, or if we raise ourselves upon the chariots of the morning, contracting or expanding time, every one knows we are one family, one man, blessed for ever. Silence remained, and every one resumed his human majesty, and many conversed on these things as they laboured at the furrow, saying, It is better to prevent misery than to release from misery. It is better to prevent error than to forgive the criminal. Labour well the minute particulars, attend to the little ones, and those who are in misery cannot remain so long. If we do but our duty, labour well the teeming earth. They ploughed in tears. The trumpet sounded before the golden plough, and the voices of the living creatures were heard in the clouds of heaven, crying, Compel the reasoner to demonstrate with unhewn demonstrations. Let the indefinite be explored, and let every man be judged by his own works. Let all indefinites be thrown into demonstrations, to be pounded to dust and melted in the furnaces of affliction. He who would do good to another must do it in minute particulars. General good is the plea of the scoundrel, hypocrite, and flatterer, for art and science cannot exist but in minutely organized particulars, and not in generalizing demonstrations of the rational power. The infinite alone resides in definite and determinate identity. Establishment of truth depends on destruction of falsehood continually, on circumcision, not on virginity, O reasoners of Albion. So cried they at the plough. Albion's rock frowned above, and the great voice of eternity rolled above terrible in clouds, saying, Who will go forth for us, and who shall we send before our face? Then Los heaved his thundering bellows on the valley of Middlesex, and thus he chanted his song. The daughters of Albion reply, What may man be who can tell? But what may woman be, to have power over man from cradle to corruptible grave? He who is an infant, and whose cradle is a manger, knoweth the infant's sorrow, whence it came, and where it goeth. And who weave it a cradle of the grass that withereth away? This world is all a cradle for the aired wandering phantom, rocked by year, month, day, and hour, and every 2 moments between dwells a daughter of Beulah to feed the human vegetable. Entune, daughters of Albion, your hymning chorus mildly, chord of affection thrilling ecstatic on the iron reel, to the golden loom of love, to the moth-laboured woof, a garment and cradle weaving for the infantine terror, for fear at entering the gate into our world of cruel lamentation, it flee back and hide in nonentity's dark wild, where dwells the spectre of Albion, destroyer of definite form. The sun shall be a scythed chariot of Britain, the moon a ship in the British Ocean, created by Los's hammer, measured out into days and nights and years and months, to travel with my feet over these desolate rocks of Albion. O daughters of despair, rock the cradle, and in mild melodies tell me where you found what you have enwoven with so much tears and care, so much tender artifice, to laugh, to weep, to learn, to know, remember, recollect what dark befell in wintry days. Oh, it was lost for ever, and we found it not. It came and wept at our wintry door. Look, look, behold, Gwendolen is become a clod of clay. Merlin is a worm of the valley. Then Los uttered with hammer and anvil, Chant, revoice, I mind not your laugh, and your frown I not fear, and you must my dictate obey from your gold-beamed looms. Trill gentle to Albion's watchmen, on Albion's mountains re-echo, and rock the cradle while, ah me, of that eternal man, and of the cradled infancy in his bowels of compassion, who fell beneath his instruments of husbandry, and became subservient to the clods of the furrow. The cattle, and even the emmet and earthworm, are his superiors and his lords. Then the response came warbling from trilling looms in Albion. We women tremble at the light, therefore, hiding fearful the divine vision with curtain and veil and fleshly tabernacle. Los uttered, swift as the rattling thunder upon the mountains. Look back into the church, Paul! Look, 3 women around the cross! O Albion, why didst thou a female will create? And the voices of Bath and Canterbury and York and Edinburgh cry over the plough of nations in the strong hand of Albion, thundering along among the fires of the Druid and the deep, black, rethundering waters of the Atlantic, which poured in impetuous, loud, louder and louder. And the great voice of the Atlantic howled over the Druid altars, weeping over his children in Stonehenge, in Malden and Colchester, round the rocky peak of Derbyshire, London Stone, and Rosamond's Bower. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Jerusalem, Part 10. What is a wife, and what is a harlot? What is a church, and what is a theatre? Are they two and not one? Can they exist separate? Are not religion and politics the same thing? Brotherhood is religion, O demonstrations of reason, dividing families in cruelty and pride. But Albion fled from the divine vision with the plough of nations enflaming. The living creatures maddened, and Albion fell into the furrow, and the plough went over him, and the living was ploughed in among the dead. But his spectre rose over the starry plough. Albion fled beneath the plough, till he came to the rock of ages, and he took his seat upon the rock. Wonder seized all in eternity, to behold the divine vision open the centre into an expanse, and the centre rolled out into an expanse. In beauty the daughters of Albion divide and unite at will. Naked and drunk with blood, Gwendolen, dancing to the timbrel of war, reeling up the street of London, she divides in twain. Among the inhabitants of Albion, the people fall around the daughters of Albion, divide and unite in jealousy and cruelty. The inhabitants of Albion, at the harvest and the vintage, feel their brain cut round beneath the temple, shrieking, bonifying into a skull, the marrow exuding in dismal path. They flee over the rocks, bonifying. Horses, oxen, feel the knife. And while the sons of Albion, by severe war and judgment, bonify, the hermaphroditic condensations are divided by the knife, the obdurate forms are cut asunder by jealousy and pity. Rational philosophy and mathematic demonstration is divided in the intoxications of pleasure and affection. Two contraries war against each other in fury and blood, and loss fixes them on his anvil, incessant his blows. he fixes them with strong blows, placing the stones and timbers to create a world of generation from the world of death, dividing the masculine and feminine, for the commingling of Albion's and Luva's spectres was hermaphroditic. Urizen, wrathful, strode above, directing the awful building as a mighty temple, delivering form out of confusion. Jordan sprang beneath its threshold, bubbling from beneath its pillars. Euphrates ran under its arches. White sails and silver oars reflect on its pillars and sound on its echoing pavements, where walk the sons of Jerusalem who remain ungenerate. But the revolving sun and moon pass through its porticos. Day and night, in sublime majesty and silence they revolve, and shine glorious within. Hand and Koban arched over the sun in the hot noon as he travelled through his journey. Hyle and Schofield arched over the moon at midnight, and Los fixed them there with his thunderous hammer. Terrified, the spectres rage and flee. Canaan is his portico. Jordan is a fountain in his porch, a fountain of milk and wine to relieve the traveller. Egypt is the 8 steps within. Ethiopia supports his pillars. Libya and the lands unknown are the ascent without. Within is Asia and Greece, ornamented with exquisite art. Persia and Media are his halls. His inmost hall is great Tartary. China and India and Siberia are his temples for entertainment. Poland and Russia and Sweden his soft retired chambers. France and Spain and Italy and Denmark and Holland and Germany are the temples among his pillars. Britain his losses forge. America, North and South, are his baths of living waters. Such is the ancient world of Urizen in the Satanic Void, created from the valley of Middlesex by London's river. From Stonehenge and from London Stone, from Cornwall to Caithness, the 4 Zoas rush around on all sides in dire ruin. Furious in pride of selfhood, the terrible spectres of Albion rear their dark rocks among the stars of God. Stupendous works, a world of generation continually creating out of the hermaphroditic satanic world of rocky destiny, and formed into 4 precious stones for entrance from Beulah. For the veil of Vala, which Albion cast into the Atlantic deep to catch the souls of the dead, began to vegetate and petrify around the earth of Albion among the roots of his tree. This Los formed into the gates and mighty wall between the oak of weeping and the palm of suffering beneath Albion's tomb. Thus, in process of time, it became the beautiful mundane shell, the habitation of the spectres of the dead, and the place of redemption and of awaking again into eternity. For 4 universes round the mundane egg remain chaotic. 1 to the north, Athona; 1 to the south, Herein; 1 to the east, Luva; 1 to the west, Tharmas. They are the 4 Zoas that stood around the throne divine. Verulam, London, York, and Edinburgh, their English names. But when Luva assumed the world of Herein southward, and Albion was slain upon his mountains and in his tent, all fell towards the centre, sinking downwards in dire ruin. In the south remains a burning fire, in the east a void, in the west a world of raging waters, in the north solid darkness, unfathomable, without end. But in the midst of these is built eternally the sublime universe of Los and Enitharmon. And in the north gate, in the west of the north, toward Beulah, Cathedron's looms are builded, and Los's furnaces in the south. A wondrous golden building, immense with ornaments sublime, is bright Cathedron's golden hall, its courts, towers, and pinnacles. And 1 daughter of Los sat at the fiery reel, and another sat at the shining loom, with her sisters attending round. Terrible their distress, and their sorrow cannot be uttered. And another daughter of Los sat at the spinning wheel. Endless their labour, with bitter food, void of sleep. Though hungry they labour, they rouse themselves anxious, hour after hour, labouring at the whirling wheel. Many wheels, and as many lovely daughters sat weeping. Yet the intoxicating delight that they take in their work obliterates every other evil. None pities their tears, yet they regard not pity, and they expect no one to pity, for they labour for life and love, regardless of any one but the poor spectres that they work for. Always, incessantly, they are mocked by every one that passes by. They regard not, they labour, and when their wheels are broken by scorn and malice, they mend them sorrowing, with many tears and afflictions. Other daughters weave on the cushion and pillow network fine, that Rahab and Tirzah may exist and live and breathe and love. Ah, that it could be as the daughters of Beulah wish! Other daughters of Los, labouring at looms less fine, create the silkworm and the spider and the caterpillar, to assist in their most grievous work of pity and compassion. And others create the woolly lamb and the downy fowl, to assist in the work. The lamb bleats, the sea-fowl cries. Men understand not the distress and the labour and sorrow that in the interior worlds is carried on in fear and trembling, weaving the shuddering fears and loves of Albion's families. Thunderous rage the spindles of iron, and the iron distaff maddens in the fury of their hands, weaving in bitter tears the veil of goat's hair and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen. The clouds of Albion's druid temples rage in the eastern heaven, while Los sat terrified, beholding Albion's spectre, who is Luva, spreading in bloody veins in torments over Europe and Asia, not yet formed, but a wretched torment unformed and abyssal in flaming fires. Within the furnaces the divine vision appeared on Albion's hills, and often walking from the furnaces in clouds and flames among the Druid temples and the starry wheels, gathered Jerusalem's children in his arms and bore them like a shepherd in the night of Albion, which overspread all the earth. I gave thee liberty and life, O lovely Jerusalem, and thou hast bound me down upon the stems of vegetation. I gave thee sheep walks upon the Spanish mountains, Jerusalem. I gave thee Priam city and the isles of Grecia lovely. I gave thee Ham and Schofield and the counties of Albion. They spread forth like a lovely root into the garden of God. They were as Adam before me, united into one man. They stood in innocence, and their skyey tent reached over Asia to Nimrod's tower, to Ham and Canaan, walking with Mizraim upon the Egyptian Nile, with solemn songs to Grecia and sweet Hesperia, even to great Chaldea and Teshina, following thee as a shepherd by the 4 rivers of Eden. Why wilt thou rend thyself apart, Jerusalem, and build this Babylon, and sacrifice in secret groves among the gods of Asia, among the fountains of pitch and nitre? Therefore thy mountains are become barren, Jerusalem, thy valleys plains of burning sand, thy rivers waters of death. Thy villages die of the famine, and thy cities beg bread from house to house, lovely Jerusalem. Why wilt thou deface thy beauty and the beauty of thy little ones, to please thy idols in the pretended chastity of uncircumcision? Thy sons are lovelier than Egypt or Assyria. Wherefore dost thou blacken their beauty by a secluded place of rest, and a peculiar tabernacle, to cut the integuments of beauty into veils of tears and sorrows, O lovely Jerusalem? They have persuaded thee to this, therefore their end shall come, and I will lead thee through the wilderness in shadow of my cloud, and in my love I will lead thee, lovely shadow of sleeping Albion. This is the song of the Lamb, sung by slaves in evening time. But Jerusalem faintly saw him, closed in the dungeons of Babylon. Her form was held by Beulah's daughters, but all within unseen she sat at the mills, her hair unbound, her feet naked, cut with the flints. Her tears run down, her reason grows like the wheel of hand, incessant turning, day and night without rest. Insane she raves upon the winds, hoarse, inarticulate. All night Vala hears, she triumphs in pride of holiness, to see Jerusalem deface her lineaments with bitter blows of despair, while the satanic holiness triumphs
in Vala, in a religion of chastity and uncircumcised selfishness, both of the head and heart and loins, closed up in moral pride. But the divine Lamb stood beside Jerusalem. Oft she saw the lineaments divine, and oft the voice heard, and oft she said, O Lord and Saviour, have the gods of the heathen pierced thee? Or hast thou been pierced in the house of thy friends? Art thou alive, and livest thou for evermore? Or art thou not but a delusive shadow, a thought that lives not? Babel mocks, saying there is no God, nor Son of God. That thou, O human imagination, O divine body, art all a delusion. But I know thee, O Lord, when thou arisest upon my weary eyes, even in this dungeon and this iron well. The stars of Albion cruel rise. Thou bindest to sweet influences. For thou also sufferest with me, although I behold thee not. And although I sin and blaspheme thy holy name, thou pitiest me, because thou knowest I am deluded by the turning mills, and by these visions of pity and love, because of Albion's death. Thus spake Jerusalem, and thus the divine voice replied, Mild shade of man, pitiest thou these visions of terror and woe? Give forth thy pity and love, fear not. Lo, I am with thee always. Only believe in me that I have power to raise from death thy brother who sleepeth in Albion. Fear not, trembling shade. Behold, in the visions of Elohim, Jehovah, behold Joseph and Mary, and be comforted, O Jerusalem, in the visions of Jehovah Elohim. She looked and saw Joseph the carpenter in Nazareth, and Mary his espoused wife. And Mary said, If thou put me away from thee, dost thou not murder me? Joseph spoke in anger and fury. Should I marry a harlot and an adulteress? Mary answered, Art thou more pure than thy Maker, who forgiveth sins and calls again her that is lost? Though she hates, he calls her again in love. I love my dear Joseph, but he driveth me away from his presence. Yet I hear the voice of God in the voice of my husband. Though he is angry for a moment, he will not utterly cast me away. If I were pure, never could I taste the sweets of the forgiveness of sins. If I were holy, I never could behold the tears of love, of him who loves me in the midst of his anger in furnace of fire. Ah, my Mary, said Joseph, weeping over and embracing her closely in his arms, doth he forgive Jerusalem, and not exact purity from her who is polluted? I heard his voice in my sleep, and his angel in my dream, saying, Doth Jehovah forgive a debt only on condition that it shall be paid? Doth he forgive pollution only on conditions of purity? That debt is not forgiven. That pollution is not forgiven. Such is the forgiveness of the gods, the moral virtues of the heathen, whose tender mercies are cruelty. But Jehovah's salvation is without money and without price, in the continual forgiveness of sins, in the perpetual mutual sacrifice in great eternity. For behold, there is none that liveth and sinneth not, and this is the covenant of Jehovah. If you forgive one another, so shall Jehovah forgive you, that he himself may dwell among you. Fear not then to take to thee Mary thy wife, for she is with child by the Holy Ghost. Then Mary burst forth into a song. She flowed like a river of many streams in the arms of Joseph, and gave forth her tears of joy like many waters, and emanating into gardens and palaces upon Euphrates, and to forests and floods and animals wild and tame, from Gihon to Hiddekel, and to cornfields and villages and inhabitants upon Pison and Arnon and Jordan. And I heard the voice among the reapers, saying, Am I Jerusalem, the lost adulteress? Or am I Babylon, come up to Jerusalem? And another voice answered, saying, Does the voice of my Lord call me again? Am I pure through his mercy and pity? Am I become lovely as a virgin in his sight, who am indeed a harlot, drunken with the sacrifice of idols? Does he call her pure, as he did in the days of her infancy, when she was cast out to the loathing of her person? The Chaldean took me from my cradle. The Amalekite stole me away upon his camels, before I had ever beheld with love the face of Jehovah, or known that there was a God of mercy. O mercy! O divine humanity! O forgiveness and pity and compassion! If I were pure, I should never have known thee. If I were unpolluted, I should never have glorified thy holiness, or rejoiced in thy great salvation. Mary leaned her side against Jerusalem. Jerusalem received the infant into her hands in the visions of Jehovah. Times passed on. Jerusalem fainted over the cross and sepulchre. She heard the voice. Wilt thou make Rome thy patriarch druid, and the kings of Europe his horsemen? Man in the resurrection changes his sexual garments at will. Every harlot was once a virgin, every criminal an infant love. Repose on me till the morning of the grave. I am thy life. Jerusalem replied, I am an outcast. Albion is dead. I am left to the trampling foot and the spurning heel. A harlot I am called. I am sold from street to street. I am defaced with blows and with the dirt of the prison. And wilt thou become my husband, O my Lord and Saviour? Shall Vala bring thee forth? Shall the chaste be ashamed also? I see the maternal line. I behold the seed of the woman. Canaan and Adar and Zillah and Naamah, wife of Noah, Shua's daughter, and Tamar and Rahab the Canaanites, Ruth the Moabite, and Bathsheba of the daughters of Heth, Naamah the Ammonite, Zibiah the Philistine, and Mary. These are the daughters of Vala, mother of the body of death. But I, thy Magdalene, behold thy spiritual risen body. Shall Albion arise? I know he shall arise at the last day. I know that in my flesh I shall see God. But emanations are weak, they know not whence they are, nor whither tend. Jesus replied, I am the resurrection and the life. I die and pass the limits of possibility as it appears to individual perception. Luva must be created and Vala, for I cannot leave them in the gnawing grave, but will prepare a way for my banished ones to return. Come now with me into the villages, walk through all the cities. Though thou art taken to prison and judgment, starved in the streets, I will command the cloud to give thee food, and the hard rock to flow with milk and wine, though thou seest me not a season, even a long season, and a hard journey, and a howling wilderness. Though Vala's cloud hide thee, and Luva's fires follow thee, only believe and trust in me. Lo, I am always with thee. So spoke the Lamb of God, while Luva's cloud, reddening above, burst forth in streams of blood upon the heavens, and dark night involved Jerusalem, and the wheels of Albion's sons turned hoarse over the mountains, and the fires blazed on Druid altars, and the sun set in Tyburn's brook, where victims howl and cry. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Jerusalem, Part 11. But Los beheld the divine vision among the flames of the furnaces. Therefore he lived and breathed in hope, but his tears fell incessant, because his children were closed from him apart, and Enitharmon dividing in fierce pain. Also the vision of God was closed in clouds of Albion spectres, that Los in despair oft sat, and often pondered on death eternal, in fierce shudders upon the mountains of Albion walking, and in the vales in howlings fierce. Then to his anvils turning, anew began his labours, though in terrible pains. Jehovah stood among the Druids in the valley of Annandale, when the four Zoas of Albion, the four living creatures, the cherubim of Albion, tremble before the spectre in the starry harness of the plough of nations. And their names are Urizen, and Luva, and Tharmas, and Urthona. Luva slew Tharmas, the angel of the tongue, and Albion brought him to justice in his own city of Paris, denying the resurrection. Then Vala, the wife of Albion, who is the daughter of Luva, took vengeance 12-fold among the chaotic rocks of the Druids, where the human victims howl to the moon, and Thor and Frigga dance the dance of death, contending with Jehovah among the cherubim. The chariot wheels, filled with eyes, rage along the howling valley, in the dividing of Reuben and Benjamin, bleeding from Chester's river. The giants and the witches and the ghosts of Albion dance with Thor and Frigga, and the fairies lead the moon along the valley of cherubim, bleeding in torrents from mountain to mountain, a lovely victim. And Jehovah stood in the gates of the victim, and he appeared, a weeping infant in the gates of birth, in the midst of heaven. The cities and villages of Albion became rock and sand unhumanized. The Druid sons of Albion, and the heavens a void around unfathomable. No human form but sexual, and a little weeping infant, pale, reflected, multitudinous, in the looking-glass of Enitharmon, on all sides around, in the clouds of the female, on Albion's cliffs of the dead. Such the appearance in Cheviot, in the divisions of Reuben. When the cherubim hid their heads under their wings in deep slumbers, when the Druids demanded chastity from woman, and all was lost. How can the female be chaste, oh, thou stupid Druid? Cried Lot. Without the forgiveness of sins in the merciful clouds of Jehovah, and without the baptism of repentance to wash away calumnies and the accusations of sin, that each may be pure in their neighbour's sight. Oh, when shall Jehovah give us victims from his flocks and herds, instead of human victims, by the daughters of Albion and Canaan? Then laughed Gwendolen, and her laughter shook the nations and families of the dead beneath Beulah, from Tyburn to Golgotha, and from Ireland to Japan. Furious, her lions and tigers and wolves sport before Loss on the Thames and Medway. London and Canterbury groan in pain. Loss knew not yet what was done. He thought it was all in visions of the dreams of Beulah among the daughters of Albion. Therefore the murder was put apart in the looking-glass of Enitharmon. He saw in Vala's hand the Druid knife of revenge and the poison cup of jealousy, and thought it a poetic vision of the atmospheres, till Canaan rolled apart from Albion across the Rhine, along the Danube, and all the land of Canaan suspended over the valley of Cheviot, from Bashan to Tyre, and from Troy to Gaza of the Amalekite. And Reuben fled with his head downwards among the caverns of the mundane shell, which froze on all sides round Canaan on the vast expanse, where the daughters of Albion weave the web of ages and generations, folding and unfolding it like a veil of cherubim. And sometimes it touches the earth's summit, and sometimes spreads abroad into the indefinite spectre, who is the rational power. Then all the daughters of Albion became one before loss, even Vala, and she put forth her hand upon the looms in dreadful howlings, till she vegetated into a hungry stomach and a devouring tongue. Her hand is a court of justice, her feet two armies in battle, storms and pestilence in her locks, and in her loins earthquake and fire, and the ruin of cities and nations and families and tongues. She cries, "The human is but a worm, and thou, O male, thou art thyself female, a male, a breeder of seed, a son and husband. And lo, the human divine is woman's shadow, a vapour in the summer's heat. Go, assume papal dignity, thou spectre, thou male harlot. Arthur, divide into the kings of Europe in times remote. O woman born, and woman nourished, and woman educated, and woman scorned, wherefore art thou living? And woman educated, and woman scorned, wherefore art thou living? Said Los, and man cannot live in thy presence. Art thou Vala, the wife of Albion, O thou lovely daughter of Luva? All quarrels arise from reasoning, the secret murder, and the violent manslaughter. These are the spectre's double cave, the sexual death living on accusation of sin and judgment, to freeze love and innocence into the gold and silver of the merchant. Without forgiveness of sin, love is itself eternal death. Then the spectre drew Vala into his bosom, magnificent, terrific, glittering with precious stones and gold, with garments of blood and fire. He wept in deadly wrath of the spectre, in self-contradicting agony, crimson with wrath and green with jealousy, dazzling with love and jealousy immingled, and the purple of the violet darkened deep over the plough of nations, thundering in the hand of Albion's spectre. A dark hermaphrodite they stood, frowning upon London's river, and the distaff and spindle in the hands of Vala, with the flax of human miseries, turned fierce with the lives of men along the valley, as Reuben fled before the daughters of Albion, taxing the nations. Derby Peak yawned a horrid chasm at the cries of Gwendolen, and at the stamping feet of Ragan upon the flaming treadles of her loom, that drop with crimson gore, with the loves of Albion and Canaan, opening along the valley of Rephaim, weaving over the caves of Machpelah, to decide two worlds with a great decision. A world of mercy and a world of justice. The world of mercy for salvation, to cast Louvain into the wrath and Albion into the pity, in the two contraries of humanity and in the four regions. For in the depths of Albion's bosom, in the eastern heaven, they sound the clarion strong, they chain the howling captives, they cast the lots into the helmet, they give the oath of blood in Lambeth, they vote the death of Louvain, and they nailed him to Albion's tree in Bath. They stained him with poisonous blue, they inwove him in cruel roots to die a death of 6,000 years, bound round with vegetation. The sun was black, and the moon rolled a useless globe through Britain. Then left the sons of Urizen the plough and harrow, the loom, the hammer and the chisel, and the rule and compasses. From London fleeing, they forged the sword on Cheviot, the chariot of war and the battle-axe, the trumpet fitted to mortal battle, and the flute of summer in Annandale, and all the arts of life they changed into the arts of death in Albion. The hourglass contemned, because its simple workmanship was like the workmanship of the ploughman, and the water-wheel that raises water into cisterns, broken and burned with fire, because its workmanship was like the workmanship of the shepherd, and in their stead intricate wheels invented, wheel without wheel, to perplex youth in their outgoings, and to bind to labours in Albion of day and night the myriads of eternity, that they may grind and polish brass and iron, hour after hour, laborious task. Kept ignorant of its use, that they might spend the days of wisdom in sorrowful drudgery, to obtain a scanty pittance of bread. In ignorance, to view a small portion and think that all, and call it demonstration, blind to all the simple rules of life. Now the battle rages round thy tender limbs, O Vala. Now smile among thy bitter tears. Now put on all thy beauty. Is not the wound of the sword sweet, and the broken bone delightful? Wilt thou now smile among the scythes, when the wounded groan in the field? We were carried away in thousands from London, and in tens of thousands from Westminster and Marylebone, in ships closed up, chained hand and foot, compelled to fight under the iron whips of our captains, fearing our officers more than the enemy. Lift up thy blue eyes, Vala, and put on thy sapphire shoes. O melancholy Magdalen, behold the morning over Maiden break. Gird on thy flaming zone, descend into the sepulchre of Canterbury. Scatter the blood from thy golden brow, the tears from thy silver locks. Shake off the waters from thy wings, and the dust from thy white garments. Remember all thy feigned terrors on the secret couch of Lambeth's vale, when the sun rose in glowing morn, with arms of mighty hosts marching to battle, who was wont to rise with Urizen's harps, girt as a sower with his seed, to scatter life abroad over Albion. Arise, O Vala, bring the bow of Urizen, bring the swift arrows of light. How raged the golden horses of Urizen, compelled to the chariot of love, compelled to leave the plough to the ox, to snuff up the winds of desolation, to trample the cornfields in boastful neighings. This is no gentle harp, this is no warbling brook, nor shadow of a myrtle tree, but blood and wounds and dismal cries and shadows of the oak, and hearts laid open to the light by the broad grisly sword, and bowels hid in hammered steel ripped quivering on the ground. Call forth thy smiles of soft deceit, call forth thy cloudy tears. We hear the sighs in trumpet shrill, when morn shall blood renew. So sang the spectre sons of Albion round Luva's stone of trial, mocking and deriding at the writhings of their victim on Salisbury, drinking his emanation in intoxicating bliss, rejoicing in giant dance. For a spectre has no emanation but what he imbibes from deceiving a victim. Then he becomes her priest, and she his tabernacle, and his oak grove, till the victim rend the woven veil in the end of his sleep, when Jesus calls him from his grave. Howling, the victims on the Druid altars yield their souls to the stern warriors. Lovely sport the daughters round their victims, drinking their lives in sweet intoxication. Hence arose from Bath soft deluding odours, in spiral volutions intricately winding over Albion's mountains, a feminine, indefinite, cruel delusion. Astonished, terrified, and in pain and torment, sudden they behold their own parent, the emanation of their murdered enemy, become their emanation and their temple and tabernacle. They knew not this Vala was their beloved mother, Vala, Albion's wife, terrified at the sight of the victim, at his distorted sinews. The tremblings of Vala vibrate through the limbs of Albion's sons, while they rejoice over Luva in mockery and bitter scorn. Sudden they become like what they behold, in howlings and deadly pain. Spasms smite their features, sinews, and limbs. Pale they look on one another, they turn contorted, their iron necks bend unwilling towards Louva. Their lips tremble. Their muscular fibres are tramped and smitten. They become like what they behold. Yet immense in strength and power, in awful pomp and gold, in all the precious unhewn stones of Eden, they build a stupendous building on the plain of Salisbury, with chains of rocks round London stone, of reasonings, of unhewn demonstrations, in labyrinthine arches, mighty Urizen the architect, through which the heavens might revolve, and eternity be bound in their chain. Labour unparalleled, a wondrous rocky world of cruel destiny, rocks piled on rocks, reaching the stars, stretching from pole to pole. The building is natural religion, and its altars natural morality, a building of eternal death, whose proportions are eternal despair. Here Vala stood, turning the iron spindle of destruction from heaven to earth, howling, invisible. But not invisible her two covering cherubs, afterwards named Voltaire and Rousseau. Two frowning rocks on each side of the cove and stone of torture, frozen sons of the feminine tabernacle of Bacon, Newton, and Locke. For Louva is France, the victim of the spectres of Albion. Lost, beheld in terror, he poured his loud storms on the furnaces. The daughters of Albion, clothed in garments of needlework, stripped them off from their shoulders and bosoms. They lay aside their garments. They sit naked upon the stone of trial. The knife of flint passes over the howling victim. His blood gushes and stains the fair side of the fair daughters of Albion. They put aside his curls. They divide his 7 locks upon his forehead. They bind his forehead with thorns of iron. They put into his hand a reed. They mock, saying, "Behold the king of Canaan, whose are 700 chariots of iron." They take off his vesture whole with their knives of flint, but they cut asunder his inner garments, searching with their cruel fingers for his heart, and there they enter in pomp, in many tears, and there they erect a temple and an altar. They pour cold water on his brain in front, to cause lids to grow over his eyes in veils of tears, and caverns to freeze over his nostrils, while they feed his tongue from cups and dishes of painted clay. Glowing with beauty and cruelty, they obscure the sun and the moon. No eye can look upon them. Ah, alas! At the sight of the victim, and at sight of those who are smitten, all who see become what they behold. Their eyes are covered with veils of tears, and their nostrils and tongues shrunk up, their ear bent outwards as their victim, so are they in the pangs of unconquerable fear, amidst delights of revenge, earth shaking. And as their eye and ear shrunk, the heavens shrunk away. The divine vision became first a burning flame, then a column of fire, then an awful fiery wheel, surrounding earth and heaven, and then a globe of blood, wandering distant in an unknown night. Afar into the unknown night the mountains fled away. 6 months of mortality a summer, and 6 months of mortality a winter. The human form began to be altered by the daughters of Albion, and the perceptions to be dissipated into the indefinite, becoming a mighty polypus named Albion's tree. They tie the veins and nerves into 2 knots, and the seed into a double knot. They look forth. The sun is shrunk, the heavens are shrunk away into the far remote, and the trees and mountains withered into indefinite cloudy shadows in darkness and separation. By invisible hatreds adjoined, they seem remote and separate from each other, and yet are a mighty polypus in the deep. As the mistletoe grows on the oak, so Albion's tree on eternity. Lo, he who will not commingle in love must be adjoined by hate. They look forth from Stonehenge, from the cove round London Stone. They look on one another. The mountain calls out to the mountain. Plinlimmon shrunk away, Snowdon trembled. The mountains of Wales and Scotland beheld the descending war, the routed flying. Red run the streams of Albion. Thames is drunk with blood. Has Gwendolen cast the shuttle of war? Has Campbell returned the beam? The Humber and the Severn are drunk with the blood of the slain. London feels his brain cut round. Edinburgh's heart is circumscribed. York and Lincoln hide among the flocks because of the griding knife. Worcester and Hereford, Oxford and Cambridge reel and stagger, over-wearied with howling. Wales and Scotland alone sustain the fight. The inhabitants are sick to death. They labour to divide into days and nights the uncertain periods, and into weeks and months. In vain they send the dove and raven, and in vain the serpent over the mountains, and in vain the eagle and lion over the fourfold wilderness. They return not, but generate in rocky places desolate. They return not, but build a habitation separate from man. The sun forgets his course, Like a drunken man he hesitates upon the Cheselden hills, thinking to sleep on the Severn. In vain. He is hurried afar into an unknown night. He bleeds in torrents of blood as he rolls through heaven above. He chokes up the paths of the sky. The moon is leprous as snow, trembling and descending down, seeking to rest on high Mona, scattering her leprous snows in flakes of disease over Albion. The stars flee remote. The heaven is iron, the earth is sulphur, and all the mountains and hills shrink up like a withering gourd, as the senses of men shrink together under the knife of flint in the hands of Albion's daughters, among the Druid temples, by those who drink their blood and the blood of their covenant. And the 12 daughters of Albion, united in Rahab and Tirzah, a double female. And they drew out from the rocky stones fibres of light to weave, for every female is a golden loom. The rocks are opaque hardnesses, covering all vegetated things. And as they wove and cut from the looms in various divisions, stretching over Europe and Asia, from Ireland to Japan, they divided into many lovely daughters, to be counterparts to those they wove. For when they wove a male, they divided into a female to the woven male. In opaque hardness they cut fibres from the rocks. Groaning in pain they weave, calling the rocks atomic origins or existence, denying eternity by the atheistical Epicurean philosophy of Albion's tree. Such are the feminine and masculine when separated from man. They call the rocks parents of men, and adore the frowning chaos, dancing around in howling pain, clothed in the bloody veil, hiding Albion's sons within the veil, closing Jerusalem's sons without, to feed with their souls the spectres of Albion, ashamed to give love openly to the piteous and merciful man, counting him an imbecile mockery. But the warrior they adore, and his revenge cherish with the blood of the innocent. They drink up Dan and Gad to feed with milk Schofield and Cotto. They strip off Joseph's coat and dip it in the blood of battle. Tirzah sits weeping to hear the shrieks of the dying. Her knife of flint is in her hand. She passes it over the howling victim. The daughters weave their work in loud cries over the rock of Horeb, still eyeing Albion's cliffs eagerly, seizing and twisting the threads of Vala and Jerusalem, running from mountain to mountain over the whole earth. Loud the warriors rage in Beth Peor, beneath the iron whips of their captains and consecrated banners. Loud the sun and moon rage in the conflict. Loud the stars shout in the night of battle, and their spears grow to their hands with blood, weaving the deaths of the mighty into a tabernacle for Rahab and Tirzah, till the great polypus of generation covered the earth. In Verulam, the polypus's head, winding around his bulk through Rochester and Chichester and Exeter and Salisbury to Bristol, and his heart beat strong on Salisbury plain, shooting out fibres round the earth through Gaul and Italy and Greece, and along the sea of Rephaim into Judea to Sodom and Gomorrah, thence to India, China, and Japan. The 12 daughters in Rahab and Tirzah have circumscribed the brain beneath, and pierced it through the midst with a golden pin. Blood hath stained her fair side beneath her bosom. "O thou poor human form," said she, "O thou poor child of woe, why wilt thou wander away from Tirzah? Why me compel to bind thee? If thou dost go away from me, I shall consume upon these rocks. These fibres of thine eyes, that used to beam in distant heavens away from me, I have bound down with a hot iron. These nostrils, that expanded with delight in morning skies, I have bent downward with lead, melted in my roaring furnaces of affliction, of love, of sweet despair, of torment unendurable. My soul is 7 furnaces, incessant roars the bellows upon my terribly flaming heart, the molten metal runs in channels through my fiery limbs. O love, O pity, O fear, O pain, O the pangs, the bitter pangs of love forsaken! Ephraim was a wilderness of joy, where all my wild beasts ran. The river Canal wandered by my sweet Manasseh's side, to see the boy spring into heavens, sounding from my sight. Go, Noah, fetch the girdle of strong brass, heat it red hot, press it around the loins of this ever-expanding cruelty. Shriek not so, my only love. I refuse thy joys, I drink thy shrieks, because Hand and Hyle are cruel and obdurate to me. O Schofield, why art thou cruel? Lo, Joseph is thine to make you one, to weave you both in the same mantle of skin. Bind him down, sisters, bind him down on evil meant of cursing. Malach, come forth from Lebanon, and Hogla from Mount Sinai. Come, circumscribe this tongue of sweets, and with a screw of iron fasten this ear into the rock. Milcah, the task is thine. Weep not so, sisters, weep not so. Our life depends on this. Or mercy and truth are fled away from Shechem and Mount Gilead, unless my beloved is bound upon the stems of vegetation. And thus the warriors cry in the hot day of victory in songs. Look! The beautiful daughter of Albion sits naked upon the stone, her panting victim beside her. Her heart is drunk with blood, though her brain is not drunk with wine. She goes forth from Albion in pride of beauty, in cruelty of holiness, in the brightness of her tabernacle and her ark and secret place. The beautiful daughter of Albion delights the eyes of the kings. Their hearts and the hearts of their warriors glow hot before Thor and Frigga. O Moloch, O Chemosh, O Bacchus, O Venus, O double god of generation! The heavens are cut like a mantle around from the cliffs of Albion. Across Europe, across Africa, in howlings and deadly war, a sheet and veil and curtain of blood is let down from heaven across the hills of Ephraim and down Mount Olivet to the valley of the Jebusite. Moloch rejoices in heaven. He sees the 12 daughters naked upon the 12 stones, themselves condensing to rocks and into the ribs of a man. Lo, they shoot forth in tender nerves across Europe and Asia. Lo, they rest upon the tribes where their panting victims lie. Moloch rushes into the kings in love to the beautiful daughters, but they frown and delight in cruelty, refusing all other joys. Bring your offerings, your first begotten, pampered with milk and blood, your firstborn of 7 years old, be they males or females, to the beautiful daughters of Albion. They sport before the kings, clothed in the skin of the victim. Blood, human blood, is the life and delightful food of the warrior, the well-fed warrior's flesh, of him who is slain in war, fills the valleys of Ephraim with breeding women, walking in pride and bringing forth under green trees with pleasure, without pain, for their food is blood of the captive. Moloch rejoices through the land from Havilah to Shur. He rejoices in moral law and its severe penalties. Loud Shaddai and Jehovah thunder above when they see the 12 panting victims on the 12 stones of power and the beautiful daughters of Albion. If you dare rend their veil with your spear, you are healed of love. From the hills of Camberwell and Wimbledon, from the valleys of Walton and Esher, from Stonehenge and from Maiden's Cove, Jerusalem's pillars fall in the rendings of fierce war. Over France and Germany, upon the Rhine and Danube, Reuben and Benjamin flee. They hide in the valley of Rephaim. Why trembles the warrior's limbs when he beholds thy beauty spotted with victims' blood by the fires of thy secret tabernacle and thy ark and holy place? At thy frowns, at thy dire revenge, smitten as Yutzah of old, his armour is softened, his spear and sword faint in his hand, from Albion across great Tartary. O beautiful daughter of Albion, cruelty is thy delight, O virgin of terrible eyes, who dwellest by valleys of springs, beneath the mountains of Lebanon, in the city of Rehob, in Hamath, taught to touch the harp, to dance in the circle of warriors before the kings of Canaan, to cut the flesh from the victim, to roast the flesh in fire, to examine the infant's limbs in cruelties of holiness, to refuse the joys of love, to bring the spies from Egypt, to raise jealousy in the bosoms of the 12 kings of Canaan, then to let the spies depart to Meribah Kadesh, to the place of the Amalekite. I am drunk with unsatiated love. I must rush again to war, for the virgin has frowned and refused. Sometimes I curse, and sometimes bless thy fascinating beauty. Once man was occupied in intellectual pleasures and energies, but now my soul is harrowed with grief and fear and love and desire, and now I hate, and now I love, and intellect is no more. There is no time for anything but the torments of love and desire. The feminine and masculine shadows, soft, mild, and ever varying in beauty, are shadows now no more, but rocks in horror. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Jerusalem, Part 12. Then all the males conjoined into one male, and every one became a ravening, eating cancer, growing in the female, a polypus of roots of reasoning, doubt, despair, and death, going forth and returning from Albion's rocks to Canaan, devouring Jerusalem from every nation of the earth. Envying stood the enormous form at variance with itself in all its members, in eternal torment of love and jealousy, driven forth by loss, time after time, from Albion's cliffy shore, drawing the free loves of Jerusalem into infernal bondage, that they might be born in contentions of chastity and in deadly hate between Leah and Rachel, daughters of deceit and fraud, bearing the images of various species of contention and jealousy and abhorrence and revenge and deadly murder, till they refuse liberty to the male, and not like Beulah, where every female delights to give her maiden to her husband. The female searches sea and land for gratifications to the male genius, who in return clothes her in gems and gold, and feeds her with the food of Eden. Hence all her beauty beams. She creates at her will a little moony night and silence, with spaces of sweet gardens, and a tent of elegant beauty, closed in by a sandy desert, and a night of stars shining, and a little tender moon, and hovering angels on the wing. And the male gives a time and revolution to her space, till the time of love is passed in ever-varying delights. For all things exist in the human imagination, and thence in Beulah they are stolen by secret, amorous theft, till they have had punishment enough to make them commit crimes. Hence rose the tabernacle in the wilderness, and all its offerings from male and female loves in Beulah and their jealousies. But no one can consummate female bliss in loss's world without becoming a generated mortal, a vegetating death. And now the spectres of the dead awake in Beulah. All the jealousies become murderous, uniting together in Rahab, a religion of chastity, forming a commerce to sell loves with moral law, an equal balance, not going down with decision. Therefore the male, severe and cruel, filled with stern revenge, mutual hate returns, and mutual deceit, and mutual fear. Hence the infernal veil grows in the disobedient female, which Jesus rends, and the whole Druid law removes away from the inner sanctuary, a false holiness hid within the centre. For the sanctuary of Eden is in the camp, in the outline, in the circumference, and every minute particular is holy. Embraces are comminglings, from the head even to the feet, and not a pompous high priest entering by a secret place. Jerusalem pined in her inmost soul over wandering Reuben, as she slept in Beulah's night, hid by the daughters of Beulah. And this, the form of mighty hand, sitting on Albion's cliffs before the face of Albion, a mighty, threatening form. His bosom wide and shoulders huge, overspreading, wondrous, bear 3 strong sinewy necks and 3 awful and terrible heads, 3 brains in contradictory counsel, brooding incessantly, neither daring to put in act its counsels, fearing each other, therefore rejecting ideas as nothing, and holding all wisdom to consist in the agreements and disagreements of ideas, plotting to devour Albion's body of humanity and love. Such form the aggregate of the 12 sons of Albion took, and such their appearance when combined. But often by birth pangs and loud groans they divide to 12. The key bones and the chest, dividing in pain, disclose a hideous orifice. Thence issuing, the giant brood arise as the smoke of the furnace, shaking the rocks from sea to sea, and there they combine into 3 forms, named Bacon and Newton and Locke, in the oak groves of Albion, which overspread all the earth, imputing sin and righteousness to individuals. Rahab sat deep within him hid, his feminine power unrevealed, brooding abstract philosophy to destroy imagination, the divine humanity, a 3-fold wonder, feminine, most beautiful, 3-fold each within other, on her white marble and even neck, her heart inorbed and bonified, with locks of shadowing modesty shining over her beautiful female features, soft flourishing in beauty, beams mild, all love and all perfection, that when the lips receive a kiss from gods or men, a 3-fold kiss returns from the pressed loveliness. So her whole immortal form 3-fold, 3-fold embrace returns, consuming lives of gods and men in fires of beauty, melting them as gold and silver in the furnace. Her brain enlabyrinths the whole heaven of her bosom and loins, to put in act what her heart wills. Oh, who can withstand her power? Her name is Vala in eternity. In time her name is Rahab. The starry heavens all were fled from the mighty limbs of Albion, and above Albion's land was seen the heavenly Canaan, as the substance is to the shadow, and above Albion's 12 sons were seen Jerusalem's sons, and all the 12 tribes spreading over Albion. As the soul is to the body, Jerusalem's sons are to the sons of Albion, and Jerusalem is Albion's emanation. What is above is within, for everything in eternity is translucent. The circumference is within, without is formed the selfish centre, and the circumference still expands, going forward to eternity, and the centre has eternal states. These states we now explore. And these the names of Albion's 12 sons, and of his 12 daughters, with their districts. Ham dwelt in Selsey, and had Sussex, and Surrey, and Kent, and Middlesex, all their rivers, and their hills of flocks and herds, their villages, towns, cities, seaports, temples, sublime cathedrals. All were his friends, and their sons and daughters intermarry in Beulah. For all are men in eternity, rivers, mountains, cities, villages. All are human, and when you enter into their bosoms, you walk in heavens and earths, as in your own bosom you bear your heaven and earth, and all you behold. Though it appears without, it is within, in your imagination, of which this world of mortality is but a shadow. Hyle dwelt in Winchester, comprehending Hants, Dorset, Devon, Cornwall, their villages, cities, seaports, their cornfields and gardens spacious, palaces, rivers and mountains. And between Hand and Hyle arose Gwendolen and Campbell, who is Boadicea. They go abroad and return, like lovely beams of light, from the mingled affections of the brothers. The inhabitants of the whole earth rejoice in their beautiful light. Coban dwelt in Bath, Somerset, Wiltshire, Gloucestershire, obeyed his awful voice. Ignoge is his lovely emanation. She adjoined with Gwentoke's children. Soon lovely Cordelia arose. Gwentoke forgave and joyed over South Wales and all its mountains. Peachy had North Wales, Shropshire, Cheshire, and the Isle of Man. His emanation is Mehetabel, terrible and lovely upon the mountains. Brereton had Yorkshire, Durham, Westmoreland, and his emanation is Ragan. She adjoined to Slade, and produced Goneril, far beaming. Slade had Lincoln, Stafford, Derby, Nottingham, and his lovely emanation Goneril rejoices over hills and rocks and woods, and rivers. Hutton had Warwick, Northampton, Bedford, Buckingham, Leicester, and Berkshire, and his emanation is Gwynefred beautiful. Schofield had Ely, Rutland, Cambridge, Huntingdon, Norfolk, Suffolk, Hertford, and Essex, and his emanation is Guinevere beautiful. She beams towards the east, all kinds of precious stones and pearl, with instruments of music, in holy Jerusalem. Cox had Oxford, Warwick, Wilts. His emanation is Estrild. Joined with Cordelia, she shines southward over the Atlantic. Cottorp had Hereford, Stafford, Worcester, and his emanation is Sabrina. Joined with Mehetabel, she shines west over America. Bowen had all Scotland, the Isles, Northumberland, and Cumberland. His emanation is Conwenna. She shines a triple form over the north, with pearly beams gorgeous and terrible. Jerusalem and Vala rejoice in Bowen and Conwenna. But the four sons of Jerusalem that never were generated are Rintra, and Palamabron, and Theotomon, and Bromion. They dwell over the 4 provinces of Ireland in heavenly light, the 4 universities of Scotland, and in Oxford, and Cambridge, and Winchester. But now Albion is darkened, and Jerusalem lies in ruins. Above the mountains of Albion, above the head of Los. And Los shouted with ceaseless shoutings, and his tears poured down his immortal cheeks, rearing his hands to heaven for aid divine. But he spoke not to Albion, fearing lest Albion should turn his back against the divine vision, and fall over the precipice of eternal death. But he receded before Albion, and before Vala, weaving the veil with the iron shuttle of war among the rooted oaks of Albion, weeping and shouting to the Lord day and night. And his children wept round him as a flock, silent 7 days of eternity. And the 32 counties of the 4 provinces of Ireland are thus divided. The 4 counties are in the 4 camps: Munster south in Reuben's Gate, Connaught west in Joseph's Gate, Ulster north in Dan's Gate, Leinster east in Judah's Gate. For Albion in eternity has 16 gates among his pillars, but the 4 towards the west were walled up, and the 12 that front the 4 other points were turned foursquare by Los for Jerusalem's sake, and called the gates of Jerusalem, because 12 sons of Jerusalem fled successive through the gates. But the 4 sons of Jerusalem who fled not, but remained, are Rintra, and Palamabron, and Theotomon, and Bromion, the 4 that remain with Los to guard the western wall. And these 4 remain to guard the four walls of Jerusalem, whose foundations remain in the 32 counties of Ireland, and in 12 counties of Wales, and in the 40 counties of England, and in the 36 counties of Scotland. And the names of the 32 counties of Ireland are these: under Judah and Issachar and Zebulun are Louth, Longford, Eastmeath, Westmeath, Dublin, Kildare, King's County, Queen's County, Wicklow, Catherlough, Wexford, Kilkenny. And those under Reuben and Simeon and Levi are these: Waterford, Tipperary, Cork, Limerick, Kerry, Clare. And those under Ephraim, Manasseh, and Benjamin are these: Galway, Roscommon, Mayo, Sligo, Leitrim. And those under Dan, Asher, and Naphtali are these: Donegal, Antrim, Tyrone, Fermanagh, Armagh, Londonderry, Down, Monaghan, Cavan. These are the land of Herein. All these centre in London and in Gulganuza, from whence they are created continually, east and west and north and south, and from them are created all the nations of the earth, Europe and Asia and Africa and America in fury fourfold, and 32 the nations to dwell in Jerusalem's gates. O come, ye nations, come, ye people, come up to Jerusalem, return, Jerusalem, and dwell together as of old. Return, return, O Albion, let Jerusalem overspread all nations, as in the times of old. O Albion, awake! Reuben wanders, the nations wait for Jerusalem, they look up for the bride. France, Spain, Italy, Germany, Poland, Russia, Sweden, Turkey, Arabia, Palestine, Persia, Hindustan, China, Tartary, Siberia, Egypt, Libya, Ethiopia, Guinea, Capraria, Negroland, Morocco, Congo, Zara, Canada, Greenland, Carolina, Mexico, Peru, Patagonia, Amazonia, Brazil. 32 nations, and under these 32 classes of islands in the ocean, all the nations, peoples, and tongues throughout all the earth. And the 4 gates of loss surround the universe within and without, and whatever is visible in the vegetable earth, the same is visible in the mundane shell, reversed in mountain and vale. And a son of Eden was set over each daughter of Beulah, to guard in Albion's tomb the wondrous creation. And the fourfold gate towards Beulah is to the south. Fenelon, Guion, Teresa, Whitefield and Harvey guard that gate, with all the gentle souls who guide the great winepress of love. 4 precious stones that gate, such are Cathedron's golden halls in the city of Golgonooza. And Los's furnaces howl loud, living, self-moving, lamenting with fury and despair, and they stretch from south to north through all the 4 points. Lo, the labourers at the furnaces, Rintra and Palamabrum, Theotomon and Bromion, loud labouring with the innumerable multitudes of Golgonooza round the anvils of death. But how they came forth from the furnaces, and how long, vast and severe the anguish ere they knew their father, were long to tell, and of the iron rollers, golden axle-trees, and yokes of brass, iron chains and braces, and the gold, silver, and brass, mingled or separate, for swords, arrows, cannons, mortars, the terrible ball, the wedge, the loud sounding hammer of destruction, the sounding flail to thresh, the winnow to winnow kingdoms, the water-wheel and mill of many innumerable wheels resistless, over the 4-fold monarchy from earth to the mundane shell. Perusing Albion's tomb in the starry characters of Og and Anak, to create the lion and wolf, the bear, the tiger and ounce, to create the woolly lamb and downy fowl and scaly serpent, the summer and winter, day and night, the sun and moon and stars, the tree, the plant, the flower, the rock, the stone, the metal of vegetative nature, by their hard restricting condensations. Where Luba's world of opaqueness grew to a period, it became a limit, a rocky hardness without form and void, accumulating without end. Here Los, who is of the Elohim, opens the furnaces of affliction in the emanation, fixing the sexual into an ever-prolific generation, naming the limit of opaqueness Satan, and the limit of contraction Adam, who is Peleg, and Joktan, and Esau, and Jacob, and Saul, and David. Voltaire insinuates that these limits are the cruel work of God, mocking the remover of limits and the resurrection of the dead, setting up kings in wrath, in holiness of natural religion, which Los with his mighty hammer demolishes time on time in miracles and wonders in the 4-fold desert of Albion, permanently creating to be in time revealed and demolished. Satan, Cain, Tubal, Nimrod, Pharaoh, Priam, Bladud, Belin, Arthur, Alfred, the Norman conqueror, Richard, John, and all the kings and nobles of the earth, and all their glories. These are created by Rahab and Tirzah in Ulru. But around these, to preserve them from eternal death, Los creates Adam, Noah, Abraham, Moses, Samuel, David, Ezekiel, dissipating the rocky forms of death by his thunderous hammer. As the pilgrim passes, while the country permanent remains, so men pass on, but states remain permanent for ever. The spectres of the dead howl round the porches of Los in the terrible family feuds of Albion's cities and villages, to devour the body of Albion, hungering and thirsting and ravening. The sons of Los clothe them and feed and provide houses and gardens, and every human vegetated form in its inward recesses is a house of pleasantness and a garden of delight, built by the sons and daughters of Los in Baulahula and in Cathedron. From London to York and Edinburgh the furnaces rage terrible. Primrose Hill is the mouth of the furnace and the iron door. The four Zoas clouded rage. Herein stood by Albion, with Rintra and Palamabron and Theotomon and Bromion. These four are Verulam and London and York and Edinburgh, and the four Zoas are Herein and Louva and Tharmas and Urthona, in opposition deadly, and their wheels in poisonous and deadly stupor turned against each other loud and fierce. Entering into the reasoning power, forsaking imagination, they became spectres, and their human bodies were reposed in Beulah by the daughters of Beulah, with tears and lamentations. The spectre is the reasoning power in man, and when separated from imagination, and closing itself as steel in a ratio of the things of memory, it thence frames laws and moralities to destroy imagination, the divine body, by martyrdoms and wars. Teach me, O Holy Spirit, the testimony of Jesus. Let me comprehend wondrous things out of the divine law. I behold Babylon in the opening streets of London. I behold Jerusalem in ruins, wandering about from house to house. This I behold, the shudderings of death attend my steps. I walk up and down in 6,000 years. Their events are present before me, to tell how Los, in grief and anger, whirling round his hammer on high, drave the sons and daughters of Albion from their ancient mountains. They became the 12 gods of Asia, opposing the divine vision. The sons of Albion are 12, the sons of Jerusalem 16. I tell how Albion's sons, by harmonies of concords and discords, opposed to melody, and by lights and shades, opposed to outline, and by abstraction, opposed to the visions of imagination, by cruel laws, divided 16 into 12 divisions. how Hyle roofed loss in Albion's cliffs, by the affections rent asunder, and opposed to thought, to draw Jerusalem's sons into the vortex of his wheels. Therefore Hyle is called Gog, age after age, drawing them away towards Babylon. Babylon, the rational morality, deluding to death the little ones in strong temptations of stolen beauty. I tell how Reuben slept on London stone, and the daughters of Albion ran around, admiring his awful beauty. With moral virtue the fair deceiver, offspring of good and evil, they divided him in love upon the Thames, and sent him over Europe in streams of gore out of Cathedron's looms. How loss drave them from Albion, and they became daughters of Canaan. Hence Albion was called the Canaanite, and all his giant sons. Hence is my theme, O Lord my Saviour, open thou the gates, and I will lead forth thy words, telling how the daughters cut the fibres of Reuben, how he rolled apart and took root in Bashan. Terror-struck, Albion's sons look towards Bashan. They have divided Simeon. He also rolled apart in blood over the nations, till he took root beneath the shining looms of Albion's daughters in Philistia, by the side of Amalek. They have divided Levi. He hath shot out into 48 roots over the land of Canaan. They have divided Judah. He hath took root in Hebron, in the land of Hand and Hyle. Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Issachar, Zebulun, roll apart from all the nations of the earth, to dissipate into nonentity. I see a feminine form arise from the 4 terrible Zoas, beautiful but terrible, struggling to take a form of beauty, rooted in Shechem. This is Dinah, the youthful form of Herein. The wound I see in South Molton Street and Stratford Place, whence Joseph and Benjamin rolled apart away from the nations. In vain they rolled apart. They are fixed into the land of Kabul. And Rahab, Babylon the Great, hath destroyed Jerusalem. Bath stood upon the 7, with Merlin and Bladud and Arthur, the cup of Rahab in his hand, her poisons 27-fold. And all her 27 heavens, now hid and now revealed, appear in strong delusive light of time and space, drawn out in shadowy pomp by the eternal prophet, created evermore. For loss in 6,000 years walks up and down continually, that not one moment of time be lost, and every revolution of space he makes permanent in Baulahula and Cathedron. And these the names of the 27 heavens and their churches: Adam, Seth, Enos, Canaan, Mahalaleel, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech. These are the giants mighty, hermaphroditic, Noah, Shem, Arphaxad, Canaan the second, Satan, Heber, Peleg, Ru, Serug, Nahor, Terah. These are the female males, a male within a female, hid as in an ark and curtains. Abraham, Moses, Solomon, Paul, Constantine, Charlemagne, Luther. These seven are the male females, the dragon forms, the female hid within a male. Thus Rahab is revealed, mystery, Babylon the Great, the abomination of desolation, religion hid in war, a dragon red and hidden harlot. But Jesus, breaking through the central zones of death and hell, opens eternity in time and space, triumphant in mercy. Thus are the heavens formed by loss within the mundane shell, and where Luther ends, Adam begins again in eternal circle, to awake the prisoners of death, to bring Albion again with Luther into light eternal in his eternal day. But now the starry heavens are fled from the mighty limbs of Albion. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Jerusalem to Revelations, a Quartet of Spiritual Experience, by William Blake and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Jerusalem, Part 13. Devils are false religions. Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? I give you the end of a golden string. Only wind it into a bow. It will lead you in at heaven's gate, built in Jerusalem's wall. We are told to abstain from fleshly desires, that we may lose no time from the work of the Lord. Every moment lost is a moment that cannot be redeemed. Every pleasure that intermingles with the duty of our station is a folly unredeemable, and is planted like the seed of a wild flower among our wheat. All the tortures of repentance are tortures of self-reproach on account of our leaving the divine harvest to the enemy, the struggles of entanglement with incoherent roots. I know of no other Christianity and of no other gospel than the liberty both of body and mind to exercise the divine arts of imagination. Imagination, the real and eternal world, of which this vegetable universe is but a faint shadow, and in which we shall live in our eternal or imaginative bodies, when these vegetable mortal bodies are no more. The apostles knew of no other gospel. What were all their spiritual gifts? What is the divine Spirit? Is the Holy Ghost any other than an intellectual fountain?
What is the harvest of the gospel and its flavours? What is that talent which it is a curse to hide? What are the treasures of heaven which we are to lay up for ourselves? Are they any other than mental studies and performances? What are all the gifts of the gospel? Are they not all mental gifts? Is God a spirit who must be worshipped in spirit and in truth? And are not the gifts of the Spirit everything to man? O ye religious, discountenance every one among you who shall pretend to despise art and science. I call upon you in the name of Jesus. What is the life of man but art and science? Is it meat and drink? Is not the body more than raiment? What is mortality but the things relating to the body which dies? What is immortality but the things relating to the spirit which lives eternally? What is the joy of heaven but improvement in the things of the spirit? What are the pains of hell but ignorance, bodily lust, idleness, and devastation of the things of the spirit? Answer this to yourselves, and expel from among you those who pretend to despise the labours of art and science, which alone are the labours of the gospel. Is not this plain and manifest to the thought? Can you think at all, and not pronounce heartily, that to labour in knowledge is to build up Jerusalem, and to despise knowledge is to despise Jerusalem and her builders? And remember, he who despises and mocks a mental gift in another, calling it pride and selfishness and sin, mocks Jesus, the giver of every mental gift, which always appear to the ignorance-loving hypocrite as sins. But that which is a sin in the sight of cruel men is not so in the sight of our kind God. Let every Christian, as much as in him lies, engage himself openly and publicly before all the world in some mental pursuit for the building up of Jerusalem. I stood among my valleys of the south, and saw a flame of fire, even as a wheel of fire, surrounding all the heavens. It went from west to east against the current of creation, and devoured all things in its loud fury and thundering course round heaven and earth. By it the sun was rolled into an orb. By it the moon faded into a globe, travelling through the night. For from its dire and restless fury man himself shrunk up into a little root a fathom long. And I asked a watcher and a holy one its name. He answered, "It is the wheel of religion." I wept and said, "Is this the law of Jesus, this terrible devouring sword turning every way?" He answered, "Jesus died because he strove against the current of this wheel. Its name is Caiaphas, the dark preacher of death, of sin, of sorrow, and of punishment, opposing nature. It is natural religion, but Jesus is the bright preacher of life, creating nature from this fiery law by self-denial and forgiveness of sin. Go, therefore, cast out devils in Christ's name. Heal thou the sick of spiritual disease. Pity the evil, for thou art not sent to smite with terror and with punishments those that are sick, like to the Pharisees, crucifying and encompassing sea and land for proselytes to tyranny and wrath. But to the publicans and harlots go. Teach them true happiness, but let no curse go forth out of thy mouth to blight their peace. For hell is open to heaven. Thine eyes beheld the dungeons burst and the prisoners set free. England, awake, awake, awake! Jerusalem, thy sister calls. Why wilt thou sleep the sleep of death, and close her from thy ancient walls? Thy hills and valleys felt her feet, gently upon their bosoms moved. Thy gates beheld sweet Zion's ways. Then was a time of joy and love. And now the time returns again. Our souls exult, and London's towers receive the Lamb of God to dwell in England's green and pleasant bowers. The spectres of Albion's 12 sons revolve mightily over the tomb and over the body, ravening to devour the sleeping humanity. Los, with his mace of iron, walks round. Loud his threats, loud his blows fall on the rocky spectres as the potter breaks his potsherds, dashing in pieces self-righteousnesses, driving them from Albion's cliffs, dividing them into male and female forms in his furnaces and on his anvils, lest they destroy the feminine affections. They are broken. Loud howl the spectres in his iron furnace, while Los laments at his dire labours, viewing Jerusalem, sitting before his furnaces, clothed in sackcloth of hair. Albion's 12 sons surround the 42 gates of Herein in terrible armour, raging against the Lamb and against Jerusalem, surrounding them with armies to destroy the Lamb of God. They took their mother Vala, and they crowned her with gold. They named her Rahab, and gave her power over the earth, the concave earth round Golgonooza in Entuthon Benethon, even to the stars exalting her throne, to build beyond the throne of God and the Lamb, to destroy the Lamb and usurp the throne of God, drawing their aural voidness round the fourfold humanity. Naked Jerusalem lay before the gates upon Mount Zion, the hill of giants, all her foundations levelled with the dust, her 12 gates thrown down, her children carried into captivity, herself in chains.
This from within was seen in a dismal night outside, unknown before in Beulah, and the 12 gates were filled with blood. From Japan eastward to the Giant's Causeway west in Erin's continent. And Jerusalem wept upon Euphrates' banks, disorganized. An evanescent shade, scarce seen or heard among her children's druid temples, dropping with blood, wandered, weeping. And thus her voice went forth in the darkness of Philistia. My brother and my father are no more. God hath forsaken me. The arrows of the Almighty pour upon me and my children. I have sinned, and am an outcast from the divine presence. My tents are fallen. My pillars are in ruins. My children dashed upon Egypt's iron floors and the marble pavements of Assyria. I melt my soul in reasonings among the towers of Heshbon. Mount Zion is become a cruel rock, and no more dew nor rain. No more the spring of the rock appears, but cold, hard, and obdurate are the furrows of the mountain of wine and oil. The mountain of blessing is itself a curse and an astonishment. The hills of Judah are fallen with me into the deepest hell, away from the nations of the earth, and from the cities of the nations. I walk to Ephraim, I seek for Shiloh. I walk like a lost sheep among precipices of despair. In Goshen I seek for light in vain, and in Gilead for a physician and a comforter. Goshen hath followed Philistia. Gilead hath joined with Og. They are become narrow places in a little and dark land. How distant far from Albion! His hills and his valleys no more receive the feet of Jerusalem. They have cast me quite away, and Albion is himself shrunk to a narrow rock in the midst of the sea. The plains of Sussex and Surrey, the hills of flocks and herds, no more seek to Jerusalem, nor to the sound of my holy ones. The 52 counties of England are hardened against me, as if I was not their mother. They despise me and cast me out. London covered the whole earth. England encompassed the nations, and all the nations of the earth were seen in the cities of Albion. My pillars reached from sea to sea. London beheld me come from my east and from my west. He blessed me, and gave his children to my breasts, his sons and daughters to my knees. His aged parents sought me out in every city and village. They discerned my countenance with joy. They showed me to their sons, saying, Lo, Jerusalem is here. She sitteth in our secret chambers. Levi and Judah and Issachar, Ephraim, Manasseh, Gad, and Dan are seen in our hills and valleys. They keep our flocks and herds. They watch them in the night.
and the Lamb of God appears among us. The river Severn stayed his course at my command. Thames poured his waters into my basins and baths. Medway mingled with Kishon. Thames received the heavenly Jordan. Albion gave me to the whole earth to walk up and down, to pour joy upon every mountain, to teach songs to the shepherd and ploughman. I taught the ships of the sea to sing the songs of Zion. Italy saw me in sublime astonishment. France was wholly mine, as my garden and as my secret bath. Spain was my heavenly couch. I slept in his golden hills. The Lamb of God met me there. There we walked as in our secret chamber among our little ones. They looked upon our loves with joy. They beheld our secret joys. With holy raptures of adoration, wrapped sublime in the visions of God. Germany, Poland, and the North wooed my footsteps. They found my gates in all their mountains, and my curtains in all their vales. The furniture of their houses was the furniture of my chamber. Turkey and Grecia saw my instruments of music. They arose. They seized the harp, the flute, the mellow horn of Jerusalem's joy. They sounded thanksgivings in my courts. Egypt and Libya heard. The swarthy sons of Ethiopia stood round the Lamb of God, inquiring for Jerusalem. He led them up my steps to my altar. And thou, America, I once beheld thee, but now behold no more thy golden mountains, where my cherubim and seraphim rejoiced together among my little ones. But now my altars run with blood, my fires are corrupt, my incense is a cloudy pestilence of 7 diseases. Once a continual cloud of salvation rose from all my myriads. Once the fourfold world rejoiced among the pillars of Jerusalem between my winged cherubim. But now I am closed out from them in the narrow passages of the valleys of destruction into a dark land of pitch and bitumen. From Albion's tomb afar, and from the fourfold wonders of God, shrunk to a narrow, doleful form in the dark land of Cabul. There is Reuben and Gad and Joseph and Judah and Levi, closed up in narrow veils. I walk and count the bones of my beloveds along the valley of destruction, among these Druid temples which overspread all the earth in patriarchal pomp and cruel pride. Tell me, O Vala, thy purposes. Tell me wherefore thy shuttles drop with the gore of the slain, why Euphrates is red with blood, wherefore in dreadful majesty and beauty outside appears thy masculine from thy feminine, hardening against the heavens to devour the human. Why dost thou weep upon the wind among these cruel Druid temples? O Vala, humanity is far above sexual organization, and the visions of the night of Beulah, where sexes wander in dreams of bliss among the emanations, where the masculine and feminine are nursed into youth and maiden by the tears and smiles of Beulah's daughters, till the time of sleep is past. Wherefore then do you realize these nets of beauty and illusion in open day, to draw the souls of the dead into the light, till Albion is shut out from every nation under heaven? So, encompassed by the frozen net and by the rooted tree, I walk weeping in pangs of a mother's torment for her children. I walk in affliction. I am a worm, and no living soul. A worm, going to eternal torment, raised up in a night, to an eternal night of pain, lost, lost, lost for ever. Beside her, Vala howled upon the winds in pride of beauty, lamenting among the timbrels of the warriors, among the captives in cruel holiness, and her lamenting songs were from Arnon and Jordan to Euphrates. Jerusalem followed, trembling, her children in captivity, listening to Vala's lamentation in the thick cloud and darkness, and the voice went forth from the cloud. O rent in sunder from Jerusalem, the harlot daughter, in an eternal condemnation, in fierce burning flames of torment unendurable. And if once a delusion be found, woman must perish, and the heavens of heavens remain no more. My father gave to me command to murder Albion in unreviving death. My love, my lover, ordered me in night to murder Albion, the king of men. He fought in battles fierce. He conquered Luva, my beloved. He took me and my father. He slew them. I revived them to life in my warm bosom. He saw them issue from my bosom. Dark in jealousy, he burned before me. Luva framed the knife, and Luva gave the knife into his daughter's hand. Such thing was never known before in Albion's land, that one should die a death never to be revived. For in our battles we, the slain men, view with pity and love. We soon revive them in the secret of our tabernacles. But I, Vala, Luva's daughter, keep his body embalmed in moral laws, with spices of sweet odours, of lovely, jealous stupefaction within my bosom, lest he arise to life and slay my Luva. Pity me then, O Lamb of God! O Jesus, pity me! Come into Luva's tents, and seek not to revive the dead. So sang she, and the spindle turned furious as she sang. The children of Jerusalem, the souls of those who sleep, were caught into the flax of her distaff and in her cloud, to weave Jerusalem a body according to her will, a dragon form on Zion's hills, most ancient promontory. The spindle turned in blood and fire, loud sound the trumpets of war. The cymbals play loud before the captains, with Campbell and Gwendolen in dance and solemn song. The cloud of Rahab, vibrating
with the daughters of Albion. Loss sore terrified, melted with pity, and divided in wrath. He sent them over the narrow seas in pity and love among the four forests of Albion, which overspread all the earth. They go forth and return swift as a flash of lightning among the tribes of warriors, among the stones of power. Against Jerusalem they rage through all the nations of Europe, through Italy and Grecia, to Lebanon and Persia and India. The serpent temples through the earth, from the wide plain of Salisbury, resound with cries of victims, shouts and songs and dying groans, and flames of dusky fire, to Amalek, Canaan, and Moab. And Rahab, like a dismal and indefinite hovering cloud, refused to take a definite form. She hovered over all the earth, calling the definite sin, defacing every definite form, invisible or visible, stretched out in length or spread in breadth over the temples, drinking groans of victims, weeping in pity and joying in the pity, howling over Jerusalem's walls. Hand slept on Skiddaws' top, drawn by the love of beautiful Campbell, his bright beaming counterpart, divided from him, and her delusive light beamed fierce above the mountain, soft, invisible, drinking his sighs in sweet intoxication, drawing out fibre by fibre, returning to Albion's tree at night, and in the morning to Skiddaw. She sent him over mountainous Wales into the loom of Cathedron, fibre by fibre. He ran in tender nerves across Europe to Jerusalem's shade, to weave Jerusalem a body repugnant to the Lamb. Hyle on East Moor, in rocky Derbyshire, raved to the moon for Gwendolen. She took up in bitter tears his anguished heart, that, apparent to all in eternity, glows like the sun in the breast. She hid it in his ribs and back. She hid his tongue with teeth in terrible convulsions, pitying and gratified, drunk with pity, glowing with loveliness before him, becoming apparent according to his changes. She rolled his kidneys round into two irregular forms, and, looking on Albion's dread tree, she wove two vessels of seed, beautiful as Skiddaw snow, giving them bends of self-interest and selfish natural virtue. She hid them in his loins. Raving, he ran among the rocks, compelled into a shape of moral virtue against the Lamb, the invisible, lovely one, giving him a form according to his law, a form against the Lamb of God, opposed to mercy, and playing in the thunderous loom in sweet intoxication, filling cups of silver and crystal with shrieks and cries, with groans and dolorous sobs, the wine of lovers in the wine-press of Louvain. "Oh, Sister Campbell," said Gwendolen, as the long beaming light mingled above the mountain, "what shall we do to keep these
awful forms in our soft bands. Distracted with trembling, I have mocked those who refused cruelty, and I have admired the cruel warrior. I have refused to give love to Merlin the piteous. He brings to me the images of his love, and I reject in chastity, and turn them out into the streets for harlots, to be food to the stern warrior. I am become perfect in beauty over my warrior, for men are caught by love. Woman is caught by pride, that love may only be obtained in the passages of death. Let us look, let us examine. Is the cruel become an infant, or is he still a cruel warrior? O look, sisters, look, O piteous! I have destroyed wandering Reuben, who strove to bind my will. I have stripped off Joseph's beautiful integument from my beloved, the cruel one of Albion, to clothe him in germs of my zone. I have named him Jehovah of hosts. Humanity is become a weeping infant in ruined, lovely Jerusalem's folding cloud. In heaven love begets love, but fear is the parent of earthly love, and he who will not bend to love must be subdued by fear. I have heard Jerusalem's groans, from Vala's cries and lamentations I gather her eternal fate, outcasts from life and love. Unless we find a way to bind these awful forms to our embrace, we shall perish, annihilate, discovered our delusions. Look, I have wrought without delusion. Look, I have wept, and given soft milk, mingled together with the spirits of flocks of lambs and doves, mingled together in cups and dishes of painted clay. The mighty Hyle is become a weeping infant. Soon shall the spectres of the dead follow my weaving thread. End of chapter 13.